Hey everybody, welcome back to Masks of Nyarlathotep. This is episode 4. We are in Peru, and where we last left our investigators, they had set out from Lake Titicaca and were heading into the mountains, higher up into the mountains, to find the pyramid, which they are estimating to be a 3 to 4 day journey, depending on the weather and so forth. So, without further ado, let's get into it. So, you left late in the day, so there's really only maybe 2 or 3 hours of good travel time remaining in the day before you're going to have to stop and start a campsite. So what I'd like to do is just get an idea of what everyone's sort of standard travel SOP is going to kind of be. There are 3 mules to lead along. Mendoza is definitely sort of acting as guide. He's out front. Larkin is kind of usually sticking with him, though sometimes he falls back and slows down a little bit. He doesn't seem to have quite the energy that Mendoza has. In fact, all of you might have a little trouble keeping up as he kind of goes. He tries to set a rather aggressive pace. So who's going to lead the first donkey, second donkey, third? What do you have in your hands? What are you carrying? What, and everything else is assumed to be stowed in the mules.
I think Benjamin will probably lead the last mule, and he will have his camera around his, over his neck, and he will be carrying a camera bag slung over his shoulder. Just those type of basic provisions, and then everything.
Okay.
Maybe his little notepad tucked into his coat, something that's easy to access, get into, so he can make little notes, and then take a few pictures here and there as they walk along on the trail.
Yep. Okay. There's plenty of things he'll want to take pictures of as you get deeper into the mountains.
Right, which is kind of why I figured if he's at the end of the line, then he's not going to be holding up the rest of the caravan.
Yep.
So Natalia would be probably the first one, kind of trying to keep pace with Mendoza there, but also keeping an eye on everyone else and making sure they're keeping up. She's got like a little backpack on, just filled with some like extra clothes just in case it gets cold. Appropriate
it's
walking.
already
like
starting to get a
shoes.
little chillier, even within an hour of leaving the lake. It's starting to get cold.
Yeah, she's got like her notepad in the backpack and everything, some extra stationery, just in case some pencils break. Maybe some extra hair ties kept back there as well. But mostly just traveling light.
Okay. What about Thaddeus and Elias / Jesse?
Thaddeus says no more clothes, packing light so he can hike. Of course, he has his gun, like usual. He likes to carry it. And his mighty pocket watch. A few positions here and there, and maybe a hidden bottle of scotch.
Okay, like a little flask, maybe?
Yeah, see that. It's a bottle rolled up in something.
Okay. That he takes little nips from every once in a while.
saving it for a little celebration,
Yeah, I assume you brought some bottles packed away in the mules. So you're saying you're carrying a bottle along with you, though, correct?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Yep. Okay.
And Jesse would be just kind of traveling towards the middle of the group, leading a donkey if there's leading a mule if there's still one available, and
There is.
just kind
Yeah.
of observing the
I'm
the
guessing
surroundings
Thaddeus
as we
is
went
not
by.
going to actually lead a mule. That doesn't seem like his bag.
Oh no, not at all. He wouldn't know what to do if he had to lead it.
Okay. Sorry if I interrupted about Jackson.
Nah.
Okay. All right. Yep. Mendoza has both hands free, though he has a rather large hunting knife at his waist. That seems to be his only accoutrements, other than his clothing, of course. And Larkin, you notice, has also strapped a belt with a revolver. He's shoved in the belt there too, so he appears to be prepared for trouble if there is any trouble. But otherwise, he's just in his clothing. And so you proceed along, and Mendoza again starts getting irritated every once in a while that you guys are a little slow, and part of that is just because of the mules. It's not even your issue. Benjamin, you're taking pictures probably far too frequently, and you can see Mendoza exchange quiet words with Larkin. So I don't know if Larkin wants to say anything to Benjamin, but clearly Mendoza at least is not happy that Benjamin seems to be dawdling a lot.
Yeah, and after Mendoza comes up and speaks to Larkin, he speaks to him kind of hushed up at the front of the caravan there. Larkin just kind of takes his handkerchief out and rubs it around the back of his neck, and he's shaking his head. Then he nods it and walks back to Benjamin. Mr. Benjamin, we really are going to have to pick up the pace. This is quite the journey we're on, and we have some things that we must attend to. There's some very important things waiting for us. You understand? So if you could maybe not stop every 10 minutes to take a picture. The countryside, while beautiful, is definitely very similar all along the way. So there will be very beautiful vistas once we get to where we're going. I mean, you could even take the picture of the pyramid. You could take a picture from the top of the pyramid. So many options, but let's get there first, and let's get there quickly. Please, sir.
Benjamin slowly takes his camera down away from his face, and he just flashes a little smile. Larkin, I promise you that all these pictures are completely necessary. They are things that will help to very much tell the stories that I'm hoping to write and get out there as far as this entire expedition. But I do see the point that you are making, and so perhaps maybe I can take these pictures on the way back. That could be an option.
That is a very, very smart idea. You are a very intelligent man indeed. Taking pictures on the way back would be most preferable. I am glad you did think of a workaround. Smart man, very smart man. And he kind of waves his handkerchief at you and nods his head and wipes the sweat off of his face and heads back up to the front towards Mendoza.
And as Augustus is walking away, Benjamin drops his smile and he looks a little more stern, and he just sort of glowers toward Mendoza, who is hopefully not looking his way.
Mendoza has been looking at the exchange the entire time. He's too far. He's out of earshot. He's far up at the head of the train, but he is watching.
Okay. So then, as Benjamin is glowering, he quickly relaxes his face and just gives a small nod toward Mendoza, and he kind of motions his hand in a move along, or scamper on type of gesture.
And Mendoza just looks at him completely expressionless for another maybe 5 seconds, and then as Larkin gets up towards the head of the train again, he just turns and starts heading off. So this goes on. They press on for probably a little longer than they probably should, given that it's getting dark. And finally, it's pretty obvious that if you don't start setting up camp soon, it's going to be really difficult. You've got maybe less than an hour of daylight now. But it seems like Mendoza and Larkin are just pushing on anyway. But especially Elias, you having been travel around here, you know that you realize how little time you have. The others probably don't quite realize how quickly it's going to get dark, but you're aware of it.
Mm-hmm.
And Natalia will call up ahead to both Larkin and Mendoza. Mr. Larkin, do you not think maybe we should break for the day?
And Larkin turns around. He kind of has this wide-eyed look on his face. Turn around for the... well, I mean, I guess we should at some point, shouldn't we? And he lets out a little laugh. You turn around and you see just kind of a bead of sweat coming down off of his forehead. And he's wide-eyed and he's just kind of somewhat just staring at you as he's talking, almost through you, not talking directly to you. Yes, well, we've made several stops today for different things, for of course for food and for biological necessities. And then we've got this much further to go. And he's doing these calculations in his head, and he's mumbling to himself. And then he looks over to Mendoza, and he looks back at you guys. Yes, well, yes, very well. We will stop for the night. We will go ahead and we will make camp here for the night, and we will start off very, very early in the morning. First thing in the morning. We don't want to waste any more time if we don't have to, but to get to this temple, this pyramid, this beautiful site that is awaiting our arrival. And he's kind of pursed-lipped, kind of pushing the words out. He's so excited when he talks about it. And he wipes his face off with more sweat. You can see his white handkerchief is, just kind of a dingy yellow now. He's been using it so frequently. And he just tucks it in by his neck, by his collar, and turns to Mendoza and says something to Mendoza, letting him know to go ahead and make camp for the night here.
Yeah, Mendoza looks a little reluctant, but he only hesitates for about maybe 2 seconds, and then he heads towards the mules, and he takes the mule out of your hand, the reins out of your hand, Natalia, unless you refuse. He just kind of walks up to you, and he reaches out and takes hold of the reins.
Does he grab them out of her hands, or is it just
he's reaching higher up along the reins towards the bridle, and like he's going to take control of the beast. So he's not literally grabbing it out of your hands, but he is taking over control unless you do so. He without a word, he just kind of goes up to the mule and takes it, and you can see he's about to give a tug on it to pull it off to the side.
Natalia will keep a hold on it for a couple extra seconds before letting Mendoza take the reins.
Okay. Why don't you make a strength check for me then?
There.
Ooh, okay. He goes to pull, and you're like a rock. You are not moving, and he stops, and he looks at you, eye to eye, and you can see that he is very surprised. And his eyes kind of narrow just a little bit. And then he kind of gives you a look up and down like he's looking at you for the first time.
And when Mendoza's eyes are locked with Natalia's, she'll keep a hold of the bridle, but give him a little bit of a smirk before letting go and gesturing for him to kind of walk away with it. It is all yours, Mr. Mendoza.
He is without expression, but you did see his eyes narrow a bit, and then just take it and lead it on, clearly expecting, I guess, the rest of you to follow him. And he goes over and picks out a site to set up camp. And then starts taking out the relevant bits for his and Larkin's tent.
And Natalia will go over and kind of assist in the setup of the rest of the tents.
Okay.
While Mendoza is setting the tents up, you can see Larkin kind of poring over a map in his hand. He's pacing back and forth. He keeps wiping his brow. He's just kind of obviously not agitated, but very worked up.
So kind of midway through setting tents and everything, Natalia will pause and look over to Larkin for walking over to him. And you say he was sitting or standing?
He's standing. He's kind of pacing back and forth.
She walks over and doesn't get in his way, just kind of stands there, just watching him pace before... Mr. Larkin, is everything all right?
And he makes a one more little rotation back and forth before it even registers that you were standing there and you said something to him. And he looks up and he holds the map down at his side. Just kind of lets it fall to his side, hitting up against the side of his leg. And he looks up at you, and his eyes are wide, and he smiles. Oh, little lady, I didn't know you were right there. I'm just simply plotting our next steps for tomorrow. Our steps, one step after another, until we get there and we make history. And I am so glad that you are here on board with us to be able to do this and join us in this monumental feat. This task is going to be the most wonderful thing that we can experience, and you get to be a part. And he's just kind of going on and kind of getting more worked up the more he talks about getting to the pyramid.
She'll kind of extend her hands in like kind of a calming motion. Mr. Larkin, I understand you are very excited. We are all very excited to get there, but I I would suggest saving some of this energy for tomorrow. You are burning off a little bit too much at this point. Just breathe. We will be there soon.
When you say he's burning off his energy, it's kind of ironic. At that point, he pulls that handkerchief out and he's wiping sweat that's just beating down his forehead and down the side of his cheek. He's, oh, yes, well, I have been planning this for so long, and I have been dreaming about this day for so long. It's so hard to just rest. It's not quite as easy as you intend it to be when you say just rest. There are so many things. There are so many things in movement now that just cannot be. And he starts going off again, just excited about the trip and telling you why it's hard for him to calm down. Then he finally sees kind of the look on your face and smiles with a wide-eyed grin and yes, well, I must look terribly affright. Yes, well, you're all right. Maybe what I should be doing is going in and resting for the rest of the evening. You folks get some rest as well. We will be off early. If there's nothing else you need from me, Miss Natalia, I will retire to my tent for the evening. But we will start nice and early tomorrow. And he kind of grins and starts shaking his head, almost getting worked up again, and then backs away and says, no, but for now, I'll rest. I will retire. Please let the others know to forgive me. I will not be joining them this evening around the fire. I am going to retire and get some sleep and be ready for the monumental reveal tomorrow.
Of course, Mr. Larkin. And may I suggest maybe sleep is the only thing you do in your tent tonight, to be fully aware for tomorrow, of course.
Yes, Miss Natalia. Yes, I only intend to sleep tonight. Tomorrow is too big a day and too important to let other things become between it.
Good. Well, I bid you good night, Mr. Larkin. I will let the rest know that you are retiring.
And you, good night as well.
And she gives a bit of a head nod and turns around and walks back to the tents to finish setting up hers.
Yeah, there are a total of 3 tents, one for Larkin and Mendoza, and then 2 between the other 4 of you. So I assume it's going to be Elias and Natalia in one again, and Benjamin and Thaddeus in the other.
Mm-hmm.
If that is the case, then Thaddeus, you don't need any help. Benjamin's already setting yours up.
Excellent.
And you can stand there and watch him work while you sip some of your scotch. Yeah.
I'll be paying attention to see if later on in life I'll be able to remember how to...
Benjamin just turns to him every once in a while.
Yes.
Now, do you see how I do this? This is how you set this up, and then if you use this pole like this, then you can put it like this, and then it helps to support this piece right here, which is something like the main mast. And then and it just kind of trails off, continuing to just explain how to do it as if Thaddeus has never seen it done or done it himself.
And Thaddeus just watches intensely.
All right. It's getting dark already by the time everything is set up. Mendoza he finished his tent fairly quickly, and then immediately just went off into the woods. You may not even have noticed he was gone until he was gone.
I guess Natalia will kind of start setting up a fire once all the tents are complete.
Yeah, there's no firewood. That's
Ah.
what Mendoza comes back with, some wood for a fire.
Yeah, she tries to, then realizes, oh,
Yeah,
that's why he's
he
gone.
came back. He's got an axe in one hand that he took from a mule, and he has obviously chopped some firewood quite ably. And he starts a fire with some flint and steel that he pulls out.
After he gets the fire started, Larkin throws the flap of the tent back and comes out. He comes up to the fire in the group, and he addresses the group. Fine gentlemen, I went ahead and I let Natalia here know that I will be retiring for the night. I thought it only proper that I tell you as well. I asked her to convey my message for me, but that is not something that I should expect of her. So as a proper gentleman, here I am to let you know that yes, even though I am on this expedition and leading it with all of you, and we are going to find some wonderful, wonderful things tomorrow, I am going to get some rest tonight. So I will be retiring to the tent, and you enjoy your evening, but please do get some rest. I will also be getting some rest so that we can start fresh and early tomorrow. Does anyone need anything before I go?
No, Mr. Larkin. I think I'm just fine where I'm at right now, and just relaxing as he's either sitting back, leaned up against something, or with the others. Or...
Yeah, Benjamin would just be sitting there and waiting for the night to wind down. Not Benjamin. Thaddeus.
Yeah, Benjamin's just sitting fairly close to, just sitting in the firelight more or less, and polishing and cleaning his cameras and equipment.
Okay. You have some dinner then. Larkin and Mendoza do not eat. They do not join you. Larkin has retired to his tent, and Mendoza just kind of sits there and watches you all eat. And you're all pretty tired from your journeys, so I'm assuming you'll all get to sleep fairly quickly after that, unless someone has something else in mind.
Yeah, well, around the fireplace, and the rest of us are eating, and Mendoza's kind of just sitting there looking at all of us. Natalia will make a gesture to, I guess it's just beans or something we have. She'll make a gesture to it and kind of point to it, point to Mendoza. Just kind of lean forward, like waiting for him to...
Yeah, he takes a look at it, and then he just looks up at you and kind of shakes his head. And doesn't reach out for it.
Never met a man who is gone so long without eating.
Maybe he's snacking.
Yes, well, as we walked and have walked, I've taken several pictures and I've always watched him just ever so closely. I've never once really seen him eat anything.
You did see him eat the first night in town when you were in the restaurant. He did have a meal. But
On the
yeah,
contrary, he
I
chewed
think
food.
I think that is the only time you've ever seen him eat.
He must eat, otherwise how would he still be here?
And Natalia looks over to the rest of them and back to Mendoza. It was only a joke, gentlemen. No need to take it so seriously. And she'll look back to the group of them and kind of raise an eyebrow.
He doesn't understand anything of what you're saying, so he knows you're talking, but he clearly does not understand English. So he just kind of He watches you with half interest.
Perhaps he snacks on that wild hair of his during the night. If only to keep it shorter and out of his face.
Natalia's gonna kind of put a hand over her mouth and stifle a laugh. Benjamin, I do not know if that is completely appropriate.
Well, we were all just telling jokes, were we not? I was just trying to ease the tension and... Oh, I simply made an observation as to the state of his hair. I mean, look at it. Look at what is... It's like an untended mop. Look at this.
Natalia's gonna kind of start laughing a bit more.
You see him looking over now. Now his attention is squarely on you guys. You think he probably has figured out that you're talking about him, though he doesn't know what you're saying.
Easy now, everybody. Sometimes making jokes on others' expense are alright, but not when they can't understand you.
It's all in good fun and good flavor. It's only to just keep the mood light and keep us all in good spirits, I think. So that way we don't want to be on this journey and all be downtrodden and sorry and all nasty toward each other. We might as well laugh and be merry.
As you're saying that, he gets up and there's a moment of possible tension where he just kind of stands, and then he turns and walks away out of the firelight, like away from the camp.
Oh, Benjamin, I think you might have upset him.
Well, what can I say? I either rub people the right way or the wrong way. Clearly, he just cannot be rubbed the right way. I mean, look at him. He's always so rigid and he frowns and scowls at everyone and everything.
Maybe it's because he doesn't understand what you're saying, and it's frustrating not to be able to understand what you're saying.
Well, look at me. My family came from Germany originally, and I speak English. I'm not so simple. I cannot learn a new language. So clearly, he could learn a new language if he was more interested, I suppose.
It must be frustrating to have someone speak about you and not know what's being said, though. You have to consider, Mr. Mendoza's probably lived here his entire life. What need would he have to learn English?
Well, this area was said by Larkin to be a fairly large tourist area. So he should have interactions with several different cultures and walks of life, I would think.
I've met very many German people, but I still don't know German.
Well, you're conversing with a German right now, so that's not so bad.
Well, no, but in my native tongue.
You don't have a native tongue, you silly man. You simply have inherited the English language from those from England.
Yes, I suppose, and I also inherited Latin.
Oh, you see, you are a learned man. And Natalia, look at her. She, I believe, is Russian, and she can speak English quite well, I think.
Well, it was difficult to learn. I had the means, though, to learn it. I do not think Mr. Mendoza has those means.
With so many interactions with people, I would think that he would have plenty of opportunities to pick up some words here and there.
Maybe
You know,
words, but not language.
Well, you don't need to know language in order to smile. Have you ever seen this man smile? Not even once.
Yes, there are many people from my country who do not smile, so it is not uncommon.
Oh, so perhaps you too. You communicate with your non-smiles then, perhaps. just frown at each other back and forth, and then it's like some kind of communication back and forth. Yes.
And Natalia just kind of smiles and shakes her head. Oh, Mr. Benjamin. With that, I think I will retire.
Yes, I simply jest. I just think that it's awfully odd.
It is agreed that he is a very odd man.
But I suppose all of us have our oddities. I've not figured out exactly what his oddity is. It's so very, how do you say, it's off-putting. I can't put my finger on what exactly his deal is.
Well, hopefully we do not have to work with him for too long to figure out what his, she'll kind of use air quotes, deal is.
Well, I know we're going to have an early morning tomorrow, so I think I'm going to go ahead and get some sleep. It's up and stretches. I wish the rest of you a pleasant rest of your evening. Don't stay up too long, though, I recommend.
Thaddeus will stand up. Yes, I reckon it's early to bed, early to rise today. You have a good evening as well?
Is Benjamin retiring too, or is he staying up by himself
Yes.
a bit? Okay.
No, he's gonna go ahead and retire.
Okay.
He'll be the last one as he's putting the rest of his camera equipment in such a way.
All right. You all go to sleep, and the night passes. And I'm sure one of you wakes up early enough when the light comes up. I need you all to make constitution checks for me at this point. If you would be so kind.
Mm-mm.
Nice. Good. Thaddeus. Thaddeus. Not shockingly, the air here is getting colder and thinner. And you wake up and you're coughing, and having a little trouble like getting deep breaths. You were starting to feel a little out of breath the day before, more than usual, and this morning your chest is in a little bit of pain.
Excellent. So as he's waking up, he's being slow to move around, coughing. Oh, I don't know if Benjamin will be up when he gets up, but he probably would wake him with some coughing.
Yep, Mendoza is sitting at the fire, keeping it going when you get up. He just
Yes, well, that will get ready, collect his gear and stuff, and walk. Give it a stretch, let a few horse coughs, and make his way over to the fire.
When you get up and come into the fire, Mendoza gets up and goes to their tent, and you can hear him rousing Larkin.
Talia gets up fairly early as well. And packs up all her things, getting ready for the day, and does a few stretches before kind of getting ready to go, waiting for the rest.
Okay. Yeah, things this morning, it seems things just kind of automatically go. You've had some experience breaking down and setting up these tents now in the campsite, so it's becoming a little bit of a routine, and things just kind of start to fall into place, except now you're packing everything back into mules, which is a lot more difficult, but you managed to do it. Larkin has come out of his tent, He's a little baggy under the eyes, a little dark under the eyes. It doesn't look like he had a great sleep. And Mendoza just kind of goes about breaking his stuff up and loading it.
As Mendoza is breaking down our tent and packing our gear away, Larkin walks up to the fire where I assume a couple of you, all of you are sitting around. He walks up, and despite it being early morning and somewhat cool at this elevation, he walks up and you can already see him grabbing his handkerchief and wiping his face off, and the sweat beating up around his forehead. And he looks tired. He's got bags under his eyes, but as soon as he sees Mendoza breaking the tent down and sees you up and by the fire, he looks over at you guys and smiles. And yes, well, this is the morning we are going to set off. We should eat quickly, yes, and then set off and be on our way. How does that sound to the rest of you?
That sounds good, Mr. Larkin. Are you feeling alright? You seem to be already tired.
Well, it's this country. It's sleeping on this ground. It's the excitement of being up half the night, not being able to sleep properly. It's all these things put together. But trust me, tomorrow after we have come back and we've made our discovery, I will sleep like a baby. I will sleep for a week straight, probably. But until then, there is work to be done. So we should set off right away.
Of course.
Danny's look up. Yeah, that is a great idea.
Yes. I too have a little bit of a cough, and Larkin lets out his own little cough into his handkerchief. That sometimes happens around here. Although I've had mine since Lima, and he's kind of, his mind is just wandering all over the place. He kind of bouncing from subject to subject, but it always comes back to getting on the move.
Okay. So everything gets packed up, and you guys can start off again on the day. The weather is still pretty good. Elias, you know that around this time of year, there isn't usually a lot of rain or bad weather. This is actually not a bad time of year to be in the mountains. And it's warmer than it would be, even though that it's still pretty cold as you go higher up, but still it's better than it would be another time of year. So this was actually not a bad time to do it. Thaddeus, you are struggling to keep up. Are you going to push yourself to try to keep up, or are you going to allow yourself to slow everything down?
Thaddeus will push himself, and at this point, debating about taking nips of the scotch to make him feel a little better, but he's definitely pushing himself.
Okay. You can try another con roll for me then, please. You are pushing the roll, in other words, for at least today to try to push through it. Okay. Yeah, you do a lot of coughing, and by the end of the day, you are absolutely exhausted and will need to go to bed. Like, as soon as you get a little food in you, you're going to want to just go off, and you wouldn't be very talkative. You're coughing, and you feel dizzy, like you've felt dizzy half the day. It's been a very unpleasant feeling for you. And there's no relief. But I would think you're probably pretty proud of yourself for having managed to force yourself to do it.
Yeah, imagine he's sweating a lot too as he's overworked, exerting his butt.
And unless there's any special thing, the routine for the night is very similar to the night before. except that you are all even more tired than you were the first time. This was a very aggressive day. But Larkin occasionally has a couple words with Mendoza, and he seems satisfied with the progress. So, anything special for that night?
Natalia will just be taking notes on kind of what's happened, what's been going on. Lots of notes on Larkin. But nothing really special at all.
Okay. Natalia, you can try a psychology roll for me.
Good.
Yeah, so you're watching Larkin for a lot of the day. I mean, it's tiring, so it's not like you get to watch him very closely, but whenever you do, you can see, I mean, he is probably as bad off as Thaddeus. He coughs frequently, and he looks utterly exhausted, but somehow he just is driving himself to go on and does not slow the expedition.
Yeah, she'll make note of that. And just kind of his general excitement, overexcitement for the expedition, yeah.
Yep. Okay, so that night is everybody sleeps reasonably well, although Thaddeus, I'm going to need you to now try your Constitution roll to see if you are finally maybe adjusting to the environment.
All right.
Oh no. No, you're having a real tough time. In fact, when the morning comes, you're oversleeping unless somebody else is gonna, Benjamin, you get up before him for sure. And he has waken you up in the middle of the night a couple of times with his wheezing as he's breathing.
Mm-hmm. So Benjamin gets up, and I'm assuming maybe they had like a quick meal or whatever, and Benjamin grabs all of his gear and he begins to move it over toward the mules, and he realizes that Thaddeus still isn't up.
Yeah, the rest of the camp is already starting to break up stuff, and it kind of somewhat wearily, but it's being done.
So realizing this, Benjamin goes back in and pokes his head into the tent and sees that Thaddeus is still snug as a bug in a rug, and just goes over and kneels down by kind of close to his head and shoulders area, just listening to him breathe for a moment, hearing that his breathing is a bit labored, and he just shakes him on the shoulder. Yeah, Thaddeus.
Yes.
Again.
Yes, Mommy. I'm getting up.
Are you?
Time for school, Thaddeus.
Don't think that I'm your mother, but I take that as a compliment because I'm sure that you hold your mother in high esteem. So
Hearing his voice, his eyes gonna pop open like, oh, I must have had a good night's sleep.
Oh, yes, perhaps you did. The camp seems to be breaking down, so I think that it would be good if you got up and started moving around. Perhaps you should do something about your cough or talk to Larkin. I think that would be beneficial for you, so as to not overdo it today, perhaps.
Yes, let me get ready now. See what I can do about my cough. Maybe make myself feel a little better.
Yes. Yes, perhaps you take some of your, and he does air quotes when he's saying this, take some of your cough medicine. Perhaps that might help.
It's possible.
Yeah, we all know what his medicine is.
Grandpa's little cough syrup.
Yeah, yeah. It does warm you a little bit, at least while you're drinking it.
So with that, Thaddeus gets all good dressed, gets ready, and grabs his stuff slowly, and he does do a little bit of the scotch to kind of see if it ease up the cough a little bit, make him feel a little peppier.
I would say that's probably Thaddeus's medicine that at least gets him going for the time being. Yeah. Mendoza seems impatient as always, and you finally get going again. Natalia, you can make your psychology roll for me again, please, as you travel through the day. Yeah, Larkin is still... He seems to be worsening. And he's kind of got a gaunt look to him, and he seems to be having trouble focusing. He almost wanders in the wrong direction a few times, and even once Mendoza has to kind of go over and kind of grab him by the shoulder, and he kind of looks at Mendoza like he's waking from a dream, and kind of, snaps to and kind of gets back in line with a slightly embarrassed look. And of course he is coughing a lot. Between him and Thaddeus, it's getting really kind of annoying for those of you who are not.
Yeah, Natalia's gonna kind of break from their mule group and kind of quickly hurry to try and catch up with Larkin and Mendoza. More just behind than anything. Mr. Larkin, you do not look so well.
When she walks up and says Larkin's name, Larkin kind of looks up at the sky and looks around him as if he doesn't know where the sound's coming from. He looks up at the sky, then he looks to the left up in the sky, and then finally he kind of turns around and looks behind him and sees Natalia as, oh Natalia, I'm sorry. What was it you were saying, dear?
You do not look so well, Mr. Larkin.
I don't look well. I mean, it's this altitude, this country. It's not something that my body is quite used to. It's a lot of different things. But as you can see, I am still strong and I am still energetic. So that is what matters right now. What matters most is that we get to the site so that we can do what we came here to do. If you don't mind, I think we should go ahead and just carry on with the task and focus on that instead of what you think or don't think I might look like.
Natalia will kind of purse her lips. Well, we do want you to live through this whole experience, Mr. Larkin, and make sure you are healthy, but if you... Of course we'll continue.
Yes, I think that's the best thing. And as he's talking to you, he just kind of absentmindedly pulls the 38 out of the holster and flips the chamber back to look inside of it, kind of spins it, shuts it again, and puts it back in his holster as he continues his comment. Yes, I think that would be the best thing to do if we just continue on the way we're going now. And don't worry about me while I appreciate the attention of a young, attractive woman such as yourself. Believe me, I am flattered. It is not something that I am too worried about right now, though. So can we please just get on with what we are doing, please, Natalia?
And
She looks so sorry. Go ahead.
yeah, and Mendoza's walking over now too. Clearly
Turns
like,
around
what,
and
like,
continues walking.
looks at you like, what's the holdup kind of look. Yeah, and then when Mendoza turns and coughs into his hand and wipes his hand on the ground like he coughed up a loogie, and and then kind of walks on, and Mendoza just kind of looks at you for a moment, Natalia, and then turns and continues on.
Mm-hmm. Talia will stand there for a bit, but taken aback by Larkin kind of taking out his gun and examining it. She'll kind of look down where he wiped the loogie. She'll look really concerned before looking back at the others with the mules and continuing on. She does kind of make her way back in order for the others to catch up. How far ahead is Mendoza and Larkin?
It varies. There are times when they are a good 20 yards ahead, and sometimes they're only maybe 5 yards ahead.
Okay. Yeah, she'll just kind of keep an eye really on Larkin more than anything. Just really examining him as they go, just to see like how much worse he gets as they walk.
Yeah, he's not doing well, clearly.
Mm-hmm.
He's coughing frequently, and it sounds like he's coughing up liquid a little bit here and there. Thaddeus is more of a dry cough. So you get the best of both worlds, from front and behind,
Yes.
ahead of you and behind you.
Surround sound.
Yeah. So anyway, the day goes on, and Mendoza has informed Larkin that he believes you are fairly close now to the pyramid, definitely within a day of the pyramid. So Larkin kind of comes back to, as you're setting up camp for the evening.
Well, this is it, gentlemen and lady. This is the night we've been waiting for. The night where we take rest, and then tomorrow we make history. We make history in Peru. We make history around the world. We will make our names known, and it all starts with us camping here tonight. So let us all remember this moment and appreciate it and enjoy it. And he just kind of is continuing to just kind of blather and go on and on about what a momentous occasion this is, and the historical significance of it, and how you should all be proud of being a part of this expedition. And he's kind of speaking in forced tones, forcing the words out. So
in fact,
this goes on.
In fact, he coughs at one point, and a trickle of blood kind of rolls down his chin. It's a little hard to see because it's raining, but clearly he is not in a good way.
Yeah, Natalia kind of forces a little bit of a smile at Larkin. It is a very exciting occasion, Mr. Larkin. We are all looking forward to tomorrow.
And yeah, as you're saying that, Mendoza just kind of helps Larkin into a sitting position or at the fire, which he managed to get started even in the rain. It's sputtery, but there is something of a fire. You're not sure how long that's going to last, but the rain isn't too bad just yet. And Mendoza whispers something in Larkin's ear, and then just kind of stands up and then finishes setting up their tent.
Larkin turns to the others and says, "Yes, well, I again will be retiring early tonight. Don't worry if you hear anything out there. It's Mendoza. He's going to go ahead just a little bit. He's going to clear the trail, make sure everything is as it should be, so that we have an easy journey tomorrow. So he shouldn't be gone long. Maybe most of the evening, maybe overnight. Maybe we'll meet him there. But in any case, that is Mendoza out there. So I will be in my tent, and Mendoza will be back later. But you four, you enjoy this night, this momentous night, because it is something to be proud of. Yes, indeed." And he's even though it's kind of a light drizzle, he's still wiping his face with his handkerchief.
Mr. Larkin, sir, are you sure? I know we're close, but you're looking very rough, sir. Are you sure you're gonna make it there all right?
Oh, I am full of energy. I wish we could continue tonight. But Mendoza assures me that he must clear the way, and of course it would not be safe to walk through the jungle in the dark. We might break our ankles. We don't want that. We don't want to break anything. We want to be fit and hardy to make sure that we are able to complete our task tomorrow.
Yeah, it is obvious he is anything but fit and hardy and full of energy. Even as he says it, you can tell that can't
Mr.
possibly
Larkin,
be true.
you're running on fumes, sir. I understand you want to complete this expedition, but please, just don't push yourself too hard tomorrow, okay?
No. Maybe I will take the opportunity to ride one of these mules like I first discussed at the beginning of this trip. But in any case, I'll be good tomorrow. I'll be good.
Very well. Get some rest, sir. I hope you do okay.
Mendoza helps Larkin into the tent, get him settled, and then he comes out of the tent and just kind of looks at the three of you for a moment. And then he turns and walks on away from the camp. Thaddeus, you can make a Constitution roll again to see if you have finally maybe adjusted.
All right, we'll see how well this goes this time.
Hey.
Okay.
Look at you.
You're not feeling fantastic, but you're at least starting to. You're starting to get used to the atmosphere here, and it's not quite as bad today as it was the day before. But you're still tired because you haven't slept well.
Excellent. So he's a little peppier, but he's still exhausted, so he doesn't stick around once. He just does a little food eating and goes and lays down. Not talking too much.
Okay.
Yeah, after Mendoza leaves, and hopefully Natalia can catch Thaddeus before he goes to bed. I guess maybe over food.
Mm-hmm.
So I've been keeping tabs on Mr. Larkin, of course, and as we all kind of have seen, he's just been getting progressively worse over these last few days. Worse than he was before. I do not know if it's the altitude, but coughing up blood does not seem like the normal response.
No, it does not. Although I've been coughing pretty hard lately, I'm sure something could have happened due to all that coughing. Not sure if it's something that we caught before our journey here, and it's just getting worse.
Could be. Yeah. Yes, he looks like he's just running out of energy, but kept going by this. The pyramid. It's really all that's holding him together at this point.
Well, it is a pretty exciting time, but hopefully it's not much worse. I wonder, tuberculosis, I think it's called, that causes the bleeding from coughing.
Hopefully not.
Well, we just have to see. Maybe he'll improve. I'm kind of feeling better. Maybe the same will go for him.
Maybe not, but we need him, so I do hope he is feeling better soon.
I agree. I wonder if he's been treating himself with some alcohol, maybe. That seemed to help me.
That's how he gives a bit of a wry smile. I don't know if alcohol is what he's treating himself to, but it's probably just the excitement, that is all.
Very much so. I'm excited for a few things. One, because kind of missing home. Two, this is a great adventure.
Indeed it is, Thaddeus. Maybe you should retire. You also still do not look so good.
I'm feeling much better, but yes, I definitely need some rest. I haven't slept much. Oh, he'll finish his food. Now, if you'll excuse me, I hope you have a good evening.
You too, Thaddeus.
And he'll make his way to his tent.
Okay. It's getting worse. The rain is anyone else staying up, or are you all just gonna kind of retire?
No,
Benjamin
Benjamin
out
has.
of that rain.
Yeah, Benjamin has probably been sitting in the tent for much of the time, so as to keep his equipment nice and dry, or at least as dry as possible.
Yep. Okay. Why don't we take a brief bio break here then, and we will continue in the morning.
Excellent.
Yes, that rain sound.
I have to pay.
I believe he said he had to go pay.
Pay what?
Must have drank about 15 Dr. Peppers that day.
Since I wasn't hungry but thirsty, I must have drank me 15 Dr. Peppers. Excuse me, you're an all... he's like, congratulations, you're an All-American. How does it feel? I gotta pay. I believe that young man said he had to pay.
Man, I was trying to laugh when you were doing your whole, like, oh, Mendoza with the mop hair. Jesus Christ.
It looks like an unkept mop. I mean, look at this hair. Look at this.
It's so good.
It's funny too, because Tet just talked to me about, he's like, you do some in-game humor and stuff, but sometimes you get a little off the rails. Me? No. Silly gilf. You silly gilf. You don't know what you're talking about.
Man, he's the funniest German.
Anyway.
German's a very dry humor.
it's all a part of his charm and his
Very rough.
personality. It's just how he warms up to people. That and his very striking appearance. He's quite good looking. You see, he bats his eyelashes, and it's how it works for women. It double time works for him.
It's just like this rain outside, making everybody moist.
When Benjamin walks into a room, it's like tsunami flood waves. Turns on his American accent when he walks into the room, and he just
Hello
like,
there.
like, hello, ladies.
That's too good. You gotta be like, hello, I am American.
Hello,
American.
ladies. Hello, ladies. This is my American accent, and I am very American. I'm pretty sure you're not. No, I'm very American. Listen to my voice. Listen to how I speak. Listen to how I speak to you.
Oh, this is my first session in the new house, in the new basement.
Yeah, how is it?
Well, I don't have a washer or dryer going off.
Awesome.
I got rid of that. I don't have a water heater or the air conditioning unit going off.
Awesome.
Which is nice.
Do you have a
And
man cave?
I have the addition of a restroom being down here.
You're right.
So I got rid of all the things I don't want and added a restroom.
So you're gonna give us some bow moments?
Yep.
Yes.
You've been waiting for this moment all your life, haven't you?
Just get him back. It'll be like a solo
training for
game
this.
between you and Bo. It's like, what's like?
The chorus of the peas.
Oh my gosh. Is Bo peeing again? Yeah. And you hear another stream. Oh, but this is a much stronger stream.
Your stream is weak.
The acoustics in that room are amazing.
What's this?
We should put your mic in there.
The stream is strong with you.
All right, that's enough of that. We are back. You're taking the quality of the show down. Many notches. All right, here we go. All right. The night has passed. It is still raining when you wake in the morning. Yeah.
Benjamin will get up pretty early, noticing that there's still water pelting the top of the tent. And he looks over to Thaddeus to see if his breathing has improved or gotten worse.
It was better that night. Not perfect, but he only woke you once.
Benjamin just kind of sticks his chest out and puts his arms back and looks up in a stretch and then begins to rub the crust from his eyes. Oh, this rain. This really puts a damper on my mood today.
And Natalia will get up fairly early and come outside. I'm assuming we don't have really anything to assist us with the rain. It's gonna be wet all day.
Not really, no.
As she kind of gets out of her tent, feels the rain on her head. This very a pissed off look she has on her face, very sour. She goes to kind of get ready and get food and everything, just feeling her clothes get more and more soaked as they go. Of course. Right. On what is supposed to be the best day of this trip. Right. Just highly unimpressed while her hair is sticking to her face, the back of her neck.
Thaddeus, probably one of the last to rise. He's
Mm.
enjoying more sleep than he usually been getting the past couple days. Gets dressed and gets his gear, stows his gun in his chest area and pockets the pocket watch. And puts on a eager face and walks outside, only to have it dampen as soon as he sees it's wet.
Yeah.
It's so wet out here today.
Yeah, the fire is long gone out. Just completely waterlogged.
Benjamin has taken time to carefully wrap and bundle all of his equipment up and
Yeah.
try to situate it so that it should stay as dry as possible. And he makes his way out of the tent and he goes to sit down, but then looks down and decides against it, and then just looks to everyone else, and just goes, "Guten Morgen. How is everyone's this morning?"
Well, with this weather, fairly miserable.
Yeah, you notice Mendoza is not sitting there waiting to greet you silently this morning. And Larkin's tent is just there, sagging under the rain.
Perhaps someone should check on the air Larkin, just to see if he is already up, and perhaps see if Mr. Mendoza is in there as well.
Would we have taken any umbrellas?
I seriously doubt it.
Oh, man. Great.
Except there's almost no rain this time of year.
Tell you will not. Go ahead, Sim.
Well, as I said, no big brim hats either.
Yeah, she'll nod at Benjamin. I will check on Mr. Larkin. Give me a moment, and she'll pat over and muddy ground and zip the tent and check inside. Mr. Larkin.
He's in there. He is sleeping, but at first it actually doesn't look like he's sleeping because you hear him kind of muttering, and his body's kind of shaking.
And it's always... Oh, sorry, go.
No, and it's very hard to understand what he's saying. He seems to be just muttering incoherently, like he's dreaming. But it's like a feverish dream.
She'll kind of pull herself more into the tent. Kind of see if she can sort out maybe what he's saying, or is it just fresh?
Yeah, it's... You can make a listen check for me. Nope. You are not sure. Like, you just catch the odd word here and there, but nothing is of any significance. You just hear, like, down and soon and things like that, but it doesn't seem to really make any sense.
Everything okay over there, Nat? And Jackson's coming out of his tent, just looking like kind of...
It also kind of
right
smells in his tent again. You remember when you were in his room that first time and you were kind of assaulted? It's not as bad as it was then, but there's definitely kind of a locker room rotten meat kind of smell in here. It's really quite repulsive.
Yeah, Talia will scrunch up her nose. She'll wait on answering Elias, and she'll place a hand on Larkin's shoulder very gently and shake him a little bit. Mr. Larkin, it is time to depart.
And the second you put your hand on his shoulder, Larkin startles, and before you even know it, what? And he has his gun out and he's pointing it right at your face. What?
How do you react when his gun is in your face?
Yeah, Natalia's gonna shriek a little and kind of back up towards the edge of the tent, away from him. Mr. Larkin, please, it's okay. Put it down.
What?
Yeah,
Oh.
Jackson, you hear her kind of scream from the tent, being startled.
Yeah, he's gonna hustle over a bit. Nat, what's going on?
Larkin, please, put down the gun. It's fine. It's me, Natalia.
And Larkin's just looking around. He's kind of wide-eyed and he's just looking around the tent and looking down at everything around him, and he looks at the gun and he looks up at you. Oh, Natalia. Oh, I am so sorry. Oh, Natalia, I'm so sorry. And he starts putting the gun away. Puts it back in the holster that was right at his side. Puts it in there, snaps it shut.
A little clumsily.
Takes his handkerchief. He's kind of shaking a little bit, and he's wiping, a thick brow of sweat off of his forehead, and kind of shakily puts the handkerchief back into his pocket in his dirty coat, and looks at you again. Hey, please forgive me. I did not know what I was doing. I did not know who you were, or that you were even in my tent. What are you doing in my tent, young lady?
And she'll kind of start calming down a little bit now that the gun's away. I just came to wake you, Mr. Larkin. I apologize for startling you there. It is time to go, and Mr. Mendoza was not around to wake you.
So Mendoza has not returned then?
No.
Very well. Yes, well, I would have woken up sooner if he had been here to rouse me, but again, here is an attractive young lady once again showing interest in me. I have to say I am a bit impressed by this, but again, it's something that we will have to wait until later. Let's be off. Let's go ahead and pack our things and get on with the expedition.
Talia will nod and bow her head to Mr. Larkin before crawling out and the tent and looking at Elias. I'm okay. Do not worry.
And the air out here smells so much better.
Take kind of a deep breath. Even though it's raining, she's gonna kind of enjoy the outside for a few moments before, again, her hair is very damp.
Larkin follows you out of the tent and steps out onto the damp earth with the drizzling rain coming down on his face. And he holds his head up into the rain and kind of lets it just get wet, and it mixes with the sweat on his brow as it falls back down the sides of his cheeks, down his neck, and he closes his eyes, smiles, then he lifts his head back up into its normal upright position and looks at everyone. Well then, this is it. Let us all be off.
Yes, it'll just take us a few moments to pack up and everything, Mr. Larkin, but We'll be on our way. Today is a big day for you, for
I
all of
should
us.
eat something. I should probably eat something. Yes, good idea. Good idea. And Larkin goes to one of the mules and just starts unloading, a can of food or some dried fruit, and just starts kind of wolfing it down. Not even waiting for you guys, kind of going beyond what's proper now, and just eating there next to the ass.
Natalia kind of shake her head and go and grab something for her and Jackson and bring it back to him.
And Jackson will take whatever hands over with bread or dried fruit. And he's like,
It's not dried now.
starting to wonder. Yeah, not right now. Wet, dry fruit. Yeah, she's gonna look at Larkin over his shoulder as he's eating next to the mule. I'm starting to wonder if he's gonna make it back from this expedition.
As am I. I am very worried for the man.
Or do you suppose we're gonna have to tell people if he doesn't?
I do not know. I have taken detailed notes about his progressive sickness. I am hoping it does not come to using said notes. But I do not want to fall on negativity on this day, as finally we are almost there. Kind of give a bit of a half smile and shrug. And this will finally be worth it.
I'm a little bit concerned that Mendoza didn't come back.
Larkin said he was scouting out the path. We might be meeting up with him, but I agree with your worried sentiment. It is strange he is not back yet.
Well, I'm sure it'll be fine.
Well, it has to be after we came out this far. Let us hope.
Okay.
Yes.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, that's pretty much just echoing your sentiments pretty much.
So it sounds like you're getting stuff packed up. Who's gonna pack up Larkin's tent? He's clearly making no move to pack it up.
I'd do it.
He's sitting at the non-existent fire, actually kind of rocking back and forth a little bit. He's finished eating, and he looks he's kind of shaking a little bit and rocking back and forth.
Yeah, Jackson would go ahead and, seeing that he's not going to break it down, he'd go ahead and start.
Okay. You are packing everything away, and you notice an odd thing in Mendoza's unsleeped on bedroll, like underneath it. It's this. Which you have never seen before, but it was definitely stuff like underneath the bedroll.
And Jackson will kind of look over his shoulder and see that he's not being looked at in the tent, and then just kind of pocket that as he's breaking it down.
Okay. Um, yeah, Larkin doesn't notice. He's too lost in his own thoughts. It looks like, so you don't have to be terribly sneaky if you're trying to trying to keep him from seeing that you have it.
Anyone looking at Larkin sitting around the non-existent campfire actually can see him on a couple of occasions, kind of just absent-mindedly while he's talking to himself, put his hands out towards where the campfire would be, as if he's trying to warm his hands.
So Benjamin sees this, and he just arcs an eyebrow. Geht es dir gut, Herr Larkin? Are you well? Is everything seem to be okay with you?
And Larkin's just kind of in his own world now. He's talking to himself through either the rain or whatever it is he's thinking about. It doesn't even register that you said anything to him.
Benjamin waits a moment, just sort of leaning forward, expecting some type of response. And after waiting, just goes sort of straight and cocks his head to the side, just peering over at him and looking at him much more intensely now, seeing that his state has obviously worsened.
And Larkin sees you kind of step in front of him and turn and look directly at him, and he finally kind of snaps to it and looks at you. Mr. Benjamin, yes, so sorry. I was lost in my own thoughts there. Did you need something, sir?
No, I didn't necessarily need anything. I just checking to see if you were feeling well.
I'm feeling great. I don't think I have ever felt better. This is what we have all been waiting for. This is what we have been working so hard for. I can't explain how good I feel right now.
You say you are feeling great, but your body and your physical state does not seem to echo that same sentiment.
Well, I don't know if you are a medical doctor, sir, but I think I know how I feel, and I do feel great. So please, trust me when I say I am ready to go.
Mendoza strides right into the circle. He is soaking wet, but doesn't seem to mind, and looks around like assessing the situation.
Mendoza returns.
And he looks at all of you, and then he looks and sees that there's food in front of Larkin, and he kind of looks rather pointedly at Natalia and walks up and takes some food that's there and starts eating it.
Natalia can note that to herself. Not in her note. Yeah.
Benjamin just turns away from Larkin and casually strolls past Natalia, and almost as if when he's walking by, he sort of lets his head drag behind. Seems a bit forced, if you ask me. And he just continues to casually walk past her.
Yeah, Natalia you don't even need a psychology roll to be able to tell. He's very clearly demonstrating for you.
Mm-hmm.
It's not very artfully done.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she'll just kind of stare at Mendoza eating. Like, she'll just watch, crossing her arms, just waiting to see exactly how much he eats and how long he's gonna keep this going.
He looks at you watching him, and he takes more. And he just keeps eating until it's all gone. And then he makes a big show of wiping his mouth. And then he looks at you, and you swear he almost smiles for a moment. The closest you've seen him to a smile. And then he turns to Larkin and utters some quiet little phrase of some kind. And then helps Larkin to his feet.
And Natalia will, after that, continue to make sure everything's packed up and
Yeah,
get ready
everything
to
has
head
been
out.
packed up now, so you're all ready to go.
So, Mr. Larkin, shall we?
Larkin looks at all of you, and he's obviously very excited to the point of almost sounding manic as he talks with his pursed lips and his, pushed breath, and he's just letting you know how wonderful this is and what a great expedition this is and how proud you should all be. This is the moment that we have been waiting for. This is the day that we have been we have come out here for. This is the time that we shall make our names known. And he's kind of going on and on with these little comments about how this is the day that everything turns great and becomes great.
All right, and you all can make a stifle yawn check for hearing his speech for probably the 30th time. All right, yeah, Mendoza's like impatiently now waving, like motioning you on.
Thaddeus will follow.
And
Eager.
Larkin's little speech kind of even just that speech seems to have left him a little weakened. When he finishes, it seems like he has to drag himself along. Yeah, stealth check to hide the little make it look like you're just kind of scratching your mouth a little bit. All right, so you head out. And Jackson, what are you doing with with that little golden masky mirror thing you found?
Well, the first thing I try to do is see if I can remember if it's anything I've maybe read about or come across reading that book that I had or heard of. As far as that mask goes, that seems familiar to me at all.
It doesn't look in itself particularly familiar, although it looks like it could be some sort of ancient ceremonial mask, some tribal thing. But you don't see anything on it specific that suggests to you that it's unusual or associated with anything that you've particularly read about.
So, over the course of our walk, I would make a point to try to go one by one to everybody in the back, that being Thaddeus, Benjamin, Natalia, to kind of show that to them and go over it, see if make them aware of it, and kind of talk to them about how I located it. Probably starting from the rearmost, so probably Thaddeus since he's struggling.
Okay.
Thaddeus, all right if I show you something I found?
Oh, most certainly.
You kind of look around and make sure that Mendoza's focused ahead. And then assuming that he's not looking back, you'll...
No, they seem to be focused purely on going ahead.
So I'd show it to Thaddeus. I was breaking down Mr. Larkin's tent. This was in Mendoza's bed.
Is that gold?
It is. It's solid gold, in fact, but
Yeah, it appears to be. It looks like it would be worth quite a bit.
Oh my. Perhaps this is one of the things he found or came across that made him want to come up here, huh?
it could be. I just found it strange that this isn't something that any of us have seen before, is it? When Mr. Larkin showed us the artifacts.
No, not at all. And that would be something he definitely would show to, encourage us the way he's been trying. Very odd indeed, and he hasn't looked for it yet, huh?
No, it hasn't. I probably should have left it where it was, but I just find it strange that it was in Mr. Mendoza's possession by all accounts and not Mr. Larkin, since he's the head of this expedition. It's also interesting. It's reminds me familiar patterns of I don't know, ritual mask.
That is peculiar.
Yeah, you haven't really had a chance to look at it very closely with that. So maybe if you had more time, you could examine it in more detail. But just from a quick look over, it just looks like probably some kind of ceremonial mask. That's your best guess.
I mean, it definitely, I think it has something to do with the temple. I mean, why else would he have it? It's strange, though, because if I had a solid gold object, I wouldn't let that out of my sight.
Indeed. I'm going to go ahead and show it to Benjamin and Talia as well. Just to make sure they're clued in.
That's a great idea. I mean, the more minds we have thinking about what the possibilities of why this would be Mendoza and not Larkin, and why we haven't seen it yet.
And I'd pretty much have the same conversation. Like, I'd approach in kind of the same manner, and then whatever comments they have on it, I'll respond to.
Right.
Just to save time on
it. Talia will just short look at it. It is strange that he would carry something like this. I do know that he was the one who found this place, but him not sharing something like this with Mr. Larkin or the rest of us really is very concerning. Means he is, well, gone inside for sure. Probably got the rest of the items, but maybe this one is important to him for some reason.
Couldn't say. I probably shouldn't have kept it, but...
Well, it's too late now. You have it in your possession. He might come looking for it, however. Might not be the friendliest. Of course, don't reveal that you have it, or else I don't know what Mr. Mendoza will do. Not exactly sure what the man is capable of.
With all due respect to him, he doesn't know me either.
It is true. I just don't want you getting into any unnecessary scuffles.
you're one to advise on that, Nat.
I think I can maybe handle myself a little bit better than you.
Oh, I'm hurt.
Well, it's the truth.
Well, I should probably show this to Benjamin, get his opinion on it as well.
Yes.
You are walking up to Benjamin, and you notice off to the side a little bit. You're now kind of trudging through mud. It's been raining for hours and hours, and so the going is a little slow just because of the mud. You see some deep footprints in the mud. Like a little off the track that you guys are following.
Deep footprints, like,
Yeah, I mean, you haven't looked
they
at them
look?
very closely, but they just kind of catch your eye.
how far off the path are they, or they're on the path with us?
They actually, when you see them, they're kind of converging to the path. And then, as you're walking along, you can see them, and they kind of are joining the path, and now they're kind of being trampled by the mule up ahead, and the people walking up ahead. But it was clearly not it was not Larkin and Mendoza. This was, coming from off the trail.
So they're all kind of covered up now, and I'm going to get a chance to look at them.
The ones on the trail are, but the ones leading into the trail aren't.
Yeah, I think I'd actually break off and take a look at that if I've seen them.
Okay. Start with an easy stealth check with one bonus die to not be noticed. Okay, you are good. And I'll let you attempt a spot hidden with a bonus die as well because of the rain. Ooh, very nice. You are, as you examine them, it doesn't take you long at all to figure out it is two pairs of prints. So it is two people walking. One of them has, one of them is barefoot entirely, and one of them has one shoe on the right foot and barefoot on the left foot.
Is Mendoza barefoot?
No.
No? Okay.
They are definitely not Mendoza's footprints. They're too small to be Mendoza.
Okay. Yeah, I would. Now I'd have to go back around and tell them all that I found that as well. I would inform everybody in the back about the footprints and try to describe them. Are they both smaller pairs of footprints, or how do they look?
Yeah, I mean they're human size. It's people, clearly people's feet. But Mendoza is a large man, and they're not big enough to be a large man's feet.
So I would disperse that information as well.
Okay.
Oh.
Large feet, you say?
Mendoza comes back as you guys are discussing, and he gives you a very impatient motion on to keep moving. He seems quite irritated. And kind of looks at you curiously when you all kind of stop and look up at him for a minute. But he just kind of waves you on.
And I tell him in Spanish, sorry, there's a couple of things we had to sort out. We'll be moving shortly.
He says now in Spanish, very forcefully.
Is everything alright, Jackson?
With this delay, Larkin walks back. What is going on back here? What is the delay?
Our apologies. We were just sorting out a few things. We will continue on, Mr. Larkin.
Yes. Well, let us continue on now. We don't have much further to go, and the sooner we get started, the sooner we get there. So please, let us continue on now. And he looks at all of you.
Yeah, Mendoza points ahead and says there in Spanish, indicating that it's not far.
We are almost there. Let us go now.
Azalea will nod, grab her mule, and continue off. Kind of signal to the others to get moving.
Yeah, Thaddeus will follow suit.
Benjamin is obviously going to continue on as well.
Okay. So you move along, and Mendoza suddenly kind of breaks off the trail and goes off to, you presume, to relieve himself behind a tree.
I thought he was in a big hurry.
Can't be in too big a rush.
No. Not at all, it seems.
Might as well continue. He can catch up.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, as hard as it's raining, I doubt anyone would really notice if he just relieved himself in his trousers.
I don't know if I'd go that far.
That is disgusting.
A simple jest. Surely this rain has not completely dampened all of our moods and attitudes, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Just dampened everything else.
Yeah, just everything else. But is this mule? Does it have feelings? I don't know.
He comes back. He comes kind of hurrying back up the trail after you all. Who is in the back with the back donkey?
Benjamin was in the back.
All right. Okay. Yeah, he just kind of glances at you and hurries past you to rejoin Larkin up at the front. And
Benjamin just looks at him and watches him go. I'm sure he's at a brisk pace.
he leads you up, and you can all tell you are coming to kind of a crest. There's an absence of trees at this point, and you're coming to a high point. And Mendoza kind of slows down as you get to the top. And you see Larkin and Mendoza stand at the crest and look down and stop. Up ahead of you a little ways.
Do you think we found it already?
It'll be a welcome sight.
Oh, indeed.
It will still be raining.
Won't remind me. Already wet enough as is.
Okay. You approach the top, I assume?
Oh yeah, eagerly.
Yep. When you get there, you can look down the other side. And you are greeted by the sight of the pyramid. It must be the pyramid.
Ooh.
Scroll down just a little bit. You can see it. What you see at the crest. Larkin is positively bouncing practically at this point. And as you all kind of take it in, you are perhaps surprised to see a couple of shapes moving up the side of the pyramid here. Kind of climbing to the top.
And Natalia pointed out, what is that? Who is that? Aren't we the only ones here?
All I see is darkness.
Oh, you
Darren,
don't see anything at all?
Yeah, it's
nothing.
I got it.
Oh, you should see. Okay.
I see this really nice map. It has like a temple thing in the middle. It's pretty nice, really.
Oh,
It's pretty neat.
my bad.
There you go.
You should have had, yeah. Natalia, you should be able to see.
Oh, yep. I've been able to see the whole time.
Okay.
Yeah, I have low light vision, so I can see really good.
Alright, you should all be able to see now.
There we go.
Okay. Yeah. So, these two figures, they're a little dark to see in the rain and the overcast sky, but they're clearly people, in sort of raggedy clothes. They look worn, and you can even see in the rain kind of strips of clothes kind of hanging around them. They look very disheveled. And one of them goes up around here and kneels down at that crack, and you can kind of hear in the
And Natalia will look over at everyone, look over at Larkin. Mr. Larkin, what exactly is going on?
Larkin shoots a look over to Mendoza. Then he looks at the group. I don't. It's got to be villagers, peasants. I don't know what they're doing here. I was told that the peasants were too afraid to come here, that they would not come here. It must be peasants out there. I don't know what it is they are doing.
the other one follows the same.
They just like to look like they're vomiting into the
Yep.
crack there.
It sounds like it.
Oh,
Eyes
there.
like stepping back a bit.
Mendoza just watches impassively. He doesn't seem affected by it at all.
I don't know what's going on, but uh, peasants or not, it should not stop us from doing what we came here to do. We tell these peasants that they need to move on and go about their business so that we can take care of the important business of letting the world know what we have found here today.
Thaddeus will look at Mr. Larkin. This sounds like there's a sickness down there, Mr. Larkin. I am not sure it'd be wise to go and contract it.
There's no sickness down there. There's no sickness down there. It is simply peasants. We can ignore them. We must proceed.
One of them gets up to its feet and kind of staggers this direction, southward.
See, they have already left. They were simply trying to look down into the temple to see what riches they could steal from us. They are moving on now, though. So the temple is ours to take.
The
And
other one rises. The other
vomiting?
one rises as well, and the first one you can see at the edge here, kind of clambering down over the side, kind of clumsily and disappearing from view, and the other one kind of follows a moment later.
I don't know, Mr. Larkin. I didn't come all the way to Peru to catch the plague.
Yes, and I mean, I really don't think that any of us came here to. I mean, we're all sort of looking for riches in some respect, not exactly the wretches, if you follow my meaning. That it seems like they were vomiting, so.
Again, you are making assumptions without having the skill or the education of a medical doctor. First, you want to try and diagnose me, and now you want to try and diagnose what it is those people were doing, those poor people. Who knows what they were doing? We don't know what they were doing. You can't be making assumptions like that. We are here to do a job, and we must complete our job.
And Benjamin just puts his hands up, and his face is very calm and relaxed, and he's trying to give the impression that he meant no offense. I'm simply stating what it sounded like. Everyone else was, I'm sure, thinking that or something similar. And earlier, all I did was I said that I asked if you were well. That was it. Oh.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah, that menu pops up.
Yeah, as soon as the thing pops up, then you're just...
Mendoza does just at this point, as you're talking, he just walks to the edge here, and then in kind of a practiced motion, just sort of lets himself down, holding and drops to the ground down below. It's about an 8-foot drop, but you know, so really, if you're a tall person, it's just a couple of feet or so.
How are we to lead the mules down there, Mr. Larkin?
Well, that is part of why we are here. We are here to investigate and look further into this place. We will find a way. So first, let us see what we are dealing with here. Let us head down there and look inside and find our way in and find a path that we can bring the animals down through. We can do it. This is what we are here for. You are all professionals. You all signed up for this. Now, let us be on with this.
Larkin goes, or not Larkin, Mendoza goes over to this corner, and there's some rubble there, and he climbs up on that and gets on and hoists himself over the wall there. The wall is maybe 6 feet high. but with the rubble's a couple feet, gives you, so it really isn't that hard for him to get over, and he just drops onto the other side. And then he kind of reappears here, and he just looks up at you impatiently and just kind of gives a wave, like, come on.
We could just...
You see Mendoza, he is down there and doing it. We must join him.
Maybe we should... And Natalia's gonna kind of look around for somewhere to tie off the mules. Up here.
Sure. There are some small, like, bushes that you could tie them off to.
Yeah, so she'll kind of secure them, make sure they can't, like, run away or anything. Kind of grab some extra rations, pack them away, maybe a canteen, and if there's any rope, she'll grab it. And make sure she has her brass knuckles, and then we'll look at everyone. Well, since we're here, we might as well, right?
And Larkin smiles. That's the spirit. Look at her. Look, are you men going to let this woman show you up? A woman, please. You can do better. Let us go.
Oh, Mr. Larkin, I don't see you going.
Well, I have been waiting for you. As long as you are going to go with me, let us be off. And Larkin starts making a move, following the same route Mendoza did.
Benjamin takes a moment to study this, because obviously this area down in here is lower. So, curiously, how much lower does it look like it's sitting, and does it look like there's a lot of water flooding in through here?
It is muddy here, but not too bad. The water is running off down in a southerly direction. Yeah,
Okay.
Larkin
And
makes
so-
it down, but stumbles and kind of slides and grunts, but gets up and
Yeah, Natalia uses the rubble to kind of scale the wall. Is there enough room for her to, like, stand on the wall?
you could balance on it. It's not a very wide wall, but it's about 6 inches wide, so it's slightly precarious, but you could do it.
Yeah, she's gonna assess people and getting up. I was assuming, especially Thaddeus and probably Larkin, might have trouble.
Maybe, yeah. You can either make a climb check with a bonus die, or if you don't trust your climb, you can try doing a dexterity check straight up.
So Larkin tries to climb, and obviously he's just slipping on the wet stone and his own strength. He's trying to get a good grasp, but he just keeps slipping down.
Yeah, and it takes Mendoza to help him over. Mendoza actually moves to kind of help the struggling Larkin to get over.
Yeah,
And-
Natalia. Oh no, go ahead, Sim.
Oh, and Thaddeus waits because he's already feeling like this might be a little rough. But does not hold everybody up. He's like, waving everybody to go ahead.
Yeah, it's taking some time. Mendoza's not moving to help any of you guys. He's just now sticking by Larkin.
Yeah, Natalia can't really find a way to kind of throw her legs up on the wall. She's trying to. She hasn't really climbed anything before. She's trying different angles and takes her a while to kind of get up and over.
Okay, you eventually are going to get over.
We just want to see how bad you were at first.
Really, Jax is good.
You see
We're all over now?
Mendoza saying something to Larkin, kind of waving his arms around a little bit. And then he stops and looks at you.
Yes. The gold, the gold. It is an example, I believe, of what we brought here today. Who had that? Who had the golden strip?
Hmm?
The item. Oh, I don't know what I am talking about now.
And Natalia feigns confusion because kind of knows what he's talking about, but not sure
Mendoza
that was
just,
something he should have
with
known.
irritation, kind of brushes past you, Natalia, and climbs back over, and then starts heading back the way you guys came.
What gold strip?
Mr. Larkin, are you feeling okay?
I think I am confusing one thing with another. It has to be the altitude. But never mind. We must move forward.
Of course. Where is Mr. Mendoza going?
He's climbing back up.
Oh, she's also asking
Mhm.
Mr. Larkin.
Thaddeus will make his way over towards Jesse. And then low, very, very low, whispering, very whispery, hushed tone. How do you know about the strip?
A good question.
And he goes back to he disappears over the lip.
Something ain't right.
Just be on your guard. I don't want to intrude, but you carrying any weapons?
Oh, but I am.
I don't expect we'll need them, but it's getting a little bit strange here.
No, because there's no way he should have known that there's a strip.
And Larkin just starts walking around the perimeter. He's kind of slushing through the mud and stepping in it. He's looking around, looking up and down the stone. He's talking to himself the entire time, just smiling and like overwhelmingly happy and giddy.
As Mr. Larkin's going around that way, Natalia's gonna reach into her bag and put on the brass knuckles and take them out. And look around and look at the other three. I don't trust these locals that are around. I feel like they may come back.
I mean, we aren't really entirely sure they were just people.
Not entirely sure of anything on this trip at this point.
No. This has been the most curious discovery too. With Larkin asking about this gold strip.
You hear one of the mules kind of braying loudly up there from the hill.
Oh no. Let me... I don't want it to run away. Keep an eye on Mr. Larkin. I will check on the mules, yes?
Well, Herr Mendoza went that way.
Yes, but we don't know what Mr. Mendoza's up to, no.
We
Do
don't know
you
what Mendoza is doing.
need someone to go with you?
If one of you wants to come with me, that is fine.
And as you're talking, you see Larkin kind of turning the corner. You're about to lose sight of him.
Yeah,
I
I
shall-
stick with him.
I shall go after Herr Larkin.
I'll
That
go.
is...
I'll go with you.
Okay.
I just have to scamper over this wall again.
Yeah. Make a strength
We
check
both-
for me, both of you. Or climb, but I think you're going to do better with strength at this point. Yeah, no problem. You haul yourself up and over easily.
Hulk yourself.
Thaddeus, you slip on the wet wall and hit the ground and sprain your ankle a little bit.
Did I land on the other side?
No, you didn't. You did not. You are on this side.
Trapped.
Addis, are you okay?
I think I hurt my ankle a little bit.
You need me to... Damn it, and she'll get back up and...
You
Try to help
hear
Thaddeus
the
over.
mule bray. It sounds distressed.
Come on, we need to hurry.
Alright. And with that is the best you can stand.
You
And
try
kinda move.
again. You may really hurt yourself if you fail this time.
You're gonna stay behind.
Oh no. Can you give me a hand?
Oh,
She's
hurry.
gonna try,
I
but
will.
it's not easy because she's on the other side.
Not wanting like to go up and something bad happen, he's gonna try again and probably break a leg or two.
Oh no.
Okay. With some difficulty, you make your way over. And she helped you down to the other side, but you're limping a little bit. You don't think it's too serious, but you're in pain, and you're kind of limping along. You don't want to put a lot of weight on that ankle.
Alright. Don't mind me, I'm a little sore, but I should be able to carry on.
Oh, try to hurry. It doesn't sound good. I don't want something to happen to the mules.
You both hear Mendoza kind of yell, like a pained yell. And you hear one of the mules bray like panicked bray, and then it makes a high-pitched wail, the mule, and goes quiet.
Yeah, Natalia's gonna just kind of scramble up here and try to get up as fast as she can.
Okay. So you can do the same thing.
Strength check or? Okay.
Oh no.
Oh,
Ooh.
you scramble up real fast.
Vault up.
Are you trying to go up as well, Thaddeus?
That's affirmative.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh.
Goodbye, legs. It was...
Oh, yeah, you're not getting up there. It's just too painful. And as soon as you try to use your bad ankle to help yourself climb up, it's so painful you kind of collapse. And Natalia, when you get up and you can see, it's not that far away on the height. You can see Mendoza standing there, and he's looking at his fingers. And in one hand he has his knife, and in the other hand he's just kind of looking at his bare hand. And you can see one of the mules is dead. Like you can see a little blood washing off the knife.
And Natalia's just gonna come look down at this mule.
Yeah, when he looks up and
shocked.
sees you, looking at the mule and shocked, he kind of impatiently with his hand just kind of waves you over and points down at the ground.
She's very confused at what he's attempting to signal.
Yeah, well, you can see a metallic glitter on the ground where he's pointing.
She'll kind of walk over, but very stiff, obviously wary of the knife, and wherever he's pointing, she'll kind of. How close is it to him?
Oh, like at his feet.
Mm.
And
she'll kind of make a
you
motion.
can see very clearly that it's when you get closer that it's that engraved strip of gold.
Is it the same one that I'm carrying?
Oh, you have it in your pot? I thought you had it.
Yeah, I have it.
Oh, I assumed it was still on the mules. Oh.
Oh, yeah, because I didn't mention that was in my stuff. Yeah, that makes sense. No worries.
I didn't think you were carrying it on your person into the room. I thought it was that you probably had stowed it.
That's all good. Yeah,
so
that works.
That's what you see. It's on the ground. And the mule that he killed is your mule. That's the one that had it.
She's gonna look down at it and look back up at him.
And he just says something in Spanish to you and points towards the pyramid, and sheaths his knife and starts to walk past you.
And as he walks past, she's gonna grab his arm and point back to the thing and kind of make a motion for him to pick it up.
He stops when you grab him. When you make a psychology check for me.
Okay. Oh.
Yeah. So as soon as you grab his arm, you can sense like he immediately tenses and turns, and he starts to reach out with his other arm to grab you, and then he stops himself. Like his instinct was to fight back, kind of thing. And he kind of deliberately stops himself and looks at you with surprise. And he just kind of points back down and says again the same thing in Spanish.
So Natalia will note what he said, because I don't know if she'll get the inflection or anything. But she'll roughly let him go, maybe pushing him back a bit before walking over to the object on the ground.
Your little push, you can see it just, you can sense he was already kind of upset with you for grabbing him, and now he looks like there's an anger in him that he is trying to control. Like you see it in his eyes, like he wants to lunge at you, and but he doesn't. And then he turns and starts to walk back. but he sort of looks over his shoulder at you, and you said you're picking it up. Yeah, when
Yep.
he sees you pick it up, he seems satisfied and continues, and there's Benjamin at the bottom, probably expecting to see Natalia appear at the top, and instead it's Mendoza. And he just kind of looks down at you impatiently and starts to lower himself without even waiting for you to have a lot of time to get out of the way. So you just kind of have to quickly get out of the way while he lowers himself back down.
Is everything all right up there?
He doesn't even stop to look at you. He just goes on. Then you see, Natalia appear at the lip there.
Yeah, she looks pretty pissed off as she makes her way down.
What's going on?
Well, he killed one of our mules.
You killed a
He
mule?
hops over. He
Yes.
vaults over, lands on the other side, and continues.
He killed the one with the strip, and she'll pull it out and show it to Thaddeus. The one that was with, in that box.
You mean the strip that they should know nothing about?
Yes, exactly. I do not know. Well, maybe they dug through our things. No, they should not know about this.
But why would they look for it? There would be no reason for them to even think that we had.
Well, Mr. Mendoza, it was on the ground at his feet, and basically he pointed at it and pointed at the temple, said something. I don't know what exactly, but seems he wants us to bring it there. So,
Would that be wise?
doing it anyway, because I don't know what else to do. Then again, we almost got in a bit of a fight, maybe. So, smile a little bit.
I don't know if that'd be a great idea. They shouldn't know about it, and there's no reason why they should. And now they want us to take us to the place where everybody was getting sick at it and over here, and I just may be a nervous person right now, but I think it's all around a bad idea.
This entire thing is starting out to be a bad idea. But we're here. I need the money. There's nothing else I can really do at this point, except do what Mr. Larkin says.
Well, alright then, let's go back to this accursed wall.
All right, let's cut back to the other group. What happened while you guys were doing all that? Larkin went around the corner, and you guys were following him. So let's pick up there. A few minutes.
Yep, Larkin was walking around the corner, and he's just not really paying attention to anyone now. He's just inspecting the temple. He's looking up and down the temple. He's turning occasionally to address whoever might be behind him, Benjamin, the others. He's just talking. Look at this stonework. Look how beautiful this is. Wow, we must get inside as soon as possible. And he's just kind of rambling on about the architecture and the need to get inside. We must get inside. We have to get inside. Just kind of going on about that.
And Benjamin just listens to Larkin raving on and on and on about all this, and he basically is just nodding his head. He's yes, I see. Is that and just agreeing and trying to keep pace with Larkin at the time.
And Larkin's he essentially is just looking for a way in.
Is there any way that we might wait until Air Mendoza is back? Because I think that with his familiarity here, he would probably be able to tell us what might be the best way in or out, or where we
Yes,
should
yes,
begin our investigation.
yes. Mendoza will return. I'm sure he will return soon. But we must find a way in. Look at this temple. Look at these lines here. It's architecture. It's beautiful. It's obviously built for a god. We must get inside.
But I see how absolutely marvelous and unglaublich this entire thing is, this pyramid of sorts. But perhaps it is best that we temper our enthusiasm and as I said, perhaps wait for El Mendoza. I think that
And
it would be most beneficial.
and as he's talking, Larkin starts trying to climb up the sides.
And Benjamin just puts a hand up as if he's gonna retracts his hand and just shakes his head exhaustedly and sort of puts his head down and just begins to walk in behind him more or less. He doesn't attempt to climb the side, just stands at the bottom.
Yeah, it's an effort for him to climb, but he can eventually get up.
And Benjamin will actually turn to look back at Jesse with sort of an exasperated look on his face, and he just puts his hands up and he's shaking his head back and forth.
So looking at Larkin climb, is he managing it pretty well, or?
He's having trouble, but he is basically managing to do it. He's wheezing and coughing, and it's obviously taking a lot out of him, but it's working.
I think we need to try to stick with him just in case. Even if he makes it to the top, he's liable to fall off if someone's not there to catch him. And Jackson will try to follow him up.
And Benjamin makes no effort to make his way up. It continues to walk along the bottom.
Okay. Yeah, Mendoza is now coming around and appears.
Benjamin, as I said, was walking along the bottom, and he sees Mendoza, and he just waves his hands back and forth, and then he points up, as if to point up the pyramid.
Okay, yep, he vaults up the side quickly. Jesse has just gotten to the top, and he kind of vaults around quickly, like almost like a monkey, around and climbs up faster ahead of him, and goes to Larkin and sees Larkin kind of on his hands and knees looking down the crack. Natalia, you and Benjamin finally make your way over. You help Benjamin get over, and you guys are finally able to come. Or, I mean, Thaddeus, rather.
Yeah, so she'll kind of lead Thaddeus, actually helping him now, with his leg and everything, kind of around where she last saw Larkin go.
Yep. Mendoza is now kind of kneeling beside Larkin and saying something in his ear.
And Larkin's turning to Mendoza and just saying, we must find a way in. We must find a way in now. There is gold down there. Tell them we must get the gold.
Mendoza helps Larkin get to his feet, and he climbs down the side of the temple and starts heading down this way.
And Larkin uneasily, kind of like a little kid on stairs, on his belly, letting himself down these steps until he makes it to the bottom.
Yeah. And Natalia and Thaddeus have had time to kind of get down with the rest of them too, if you guys want to be down.
Mm-hmm.
And he just kind of walks back. So this here appears to, I know these kind of look like pillars, but they're actually not pillars. They're like stone slabs on the ground. Just so you're not confused, yeah. And he's heading over this way, and he motions to you guys this over here.
Larkin excitedly yells at you guys, "Come this way, this way!"
So I will look to Thaddeus and again kind of assist him in walking. Come on, you might as well see where this goes.
I do appreciate all the help.
Or maybe if you drink more, it will help with the pain. But I think if you give me some, it will also help with the pain.
Once we get to where we're going, I'll bring the bottle out.
There seems to be a pit here with some human remains in it.
How fresh do these look?
It's very hard to tell in the rain. Anyone looking at it, make a sanity check, please. Okay. Yeah, Ghost, you would have a bonus die, by the way. Yeah. Oh, Natalia, you're hardened to this. It's like, yep, bodies.
Mm-hmm.
You've seen heaps of bodies before.
I'm from Russia. I've seen everybody dead.
Where is the sanity check button on the menu here?
There is
click
SAN.
it, and then so beside power and size.
Yeah,
and
that's one of
strength.
your
There we go,
primary abilities.
Second line.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Thaddeus.
Yeah, it's just a die 2 for you. Let's see. Just one little loss of sanity. It's just a very disturbing, gross sight once you realize what it is. Mendoza doesn't even pause. He just lowers himself down the side, and he points to right here. And there seems to be a low entry, like maybe 3 feet high. And he just kind of ducks and goes inside.
That's how I will approach the edge and look over to Larkin. Well,
There's only one way in now, so this must be it. And Larkin lowers himself down, kind of stumbles and falls into the pit a little bit, but then lets himself in. And then you see him as he's down there. It's fine. They seem to be old bones, and he disappears.
And Benjamin will actually just turn to the rest of the group and he puts on a fake smile. Just says, well, been in Rome. too."
Jackson, make a spot hidden. You said you want to look at the bodies.
Yeah.
Yeah, these are a wide variety of people dead from probably decades ago, ranging up to probably days or weeks ago. These are not
Days or
skeletal.
weeks?
These are some of them are still fresh, like killed within the last month or just a couple. And in fact, you're looking at one that looks the freshest, and it moves a little bit. And you kind of make a sanity check for me. Oh yeah. You momentarily just kind of instinctively step back, but you're more curious than frightened. And when you get a look at it, you're certain it's one of the people you saw on top of the pyramid. Just
That
like
can't be
lying
right.
there, and you're pretty sure it's sleeping. It's a man of you imagine probably a Peruvian man from the look of him. His clothes are tattered and worn and soaked through, and he's just kind of lying there on the heap of dead bodies. And then you notice next to him is a woman who also, now that you're kind of looking for it, you see that she's also breathing, but very shallowly. Is everybody else climbing down in there with him?
Oh my goodness.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, as you're noticing this, you can see they're climbing down in with you. And in fact, Thaddeus is dangerously close to stepping on the sleeping woman as he's climbing down.
Thaddeus, watch your step. Don't step there.
Thaddeus, make a listen check for me, please.
All right, listen, check.
I'll give you a bonus die.
Nobody tells me what to do.
You don't hear it in time, and you step on the body. This woman, which to you just is like another body, but Jesse, you're like horrified, and but he steps on her and then steps off her, and it's as if nothing happened. Like she doesn't even seem to wake or notice.
Those two, there. Point them out here, but I think they were the ones on top of the pyramid. Look, they're breathing.
What?
What? What do you mean? They're alive?
Yes.
Yeah,
They're
and as
alive.
you're standing in these, I mean, you're in like up to your thighs in bodies and bones when you're down here. It's quite disgusting. Um, and yes, you realize as he points it out, you can see that the two of those bodies on the top of the heap are actually alive and appear to be sleeping.
Benjamin takes out a pen and he goes up to one of them,
The male or
pokes
the
it in the
female?
face. We'll go the
Okay.
male. And he just pokes it in the face and sort of nudges it a little bit.
Okay. Right. It moves. The face moves as you poke it, but there's no response. But when you're up close, you can see it. It looks like a Peruvian man, but he's very pale. The skin is clearly, a native South American's skin, but it seems very drawn and pale, and he does not have a very healthy pallor to him at all.
So Benjamin is
You would think
very
he
close.
is sick if you're looking like he's got some sickness.
right. So Benjamin's very close and he pokes this male in the face, and it really doesn't seem to have any response. And sitting there for a moment and just studying it. Is this man appears to be very sick? He looks just very pale.
Looks like a dead body.
Yeah, he
Lying.
does. He looks quite dead, actually. But
Lying in a heap. I mean,
yeah,
there's something wrong with him for sure. Well,
How could Mr. Larkin assume that these were live or old remains? They
And
clearly are not.
And Thaddeus,
Yeah.
I'm gonna need you to make another sanity check since you failed your first one. Now that you're down among these bodies. Okay, that's gonna be a little more. Still only one. Lucky you. It's gross, but it's not upsetting you as much as it might. I think you're
'Cause he's
you're
buzzed.
fascinated. Yeah, you're a little drunk. That's right. You're probably a little drunk. I can imagine you might be pulling out a bottle right now.
yeah, he's actually looking at the bottle, going, "Is this whiskey or scotch, or is this absinthe?"
Well, he's taking a swig, all right.
John, Larkin clearly said that these were all old, and there's just no way I think that he could overlook something like this.
Yeah.
Then through this small doorway here is when you guys hear, "Are you coming? We have to continue. Are you coming?" And you hear Larkin yelling from some corridor through this doorway.
Yeah, there's kind of a
Benjamin-
hollow, distant sound to his voice.
Benjamin will actually call back to it. Are there more bodies down there?
And there's no
And
response.
in any case, it's getting really disgusting standing among these bodies. I mean, the longer you stay here, it's getting harder and harder to be just kind of nonchalant about it.
We had to move. This is
Off-putting?
man.
yeah, let's go inside.
That's one way to put it. All right, let's go. We'll go into the.
Okay. So Jesse goes in.
Yeah.
Yeah, Natalia follows.
All right, Jesse, I'm moving you to the right, far to the right. It is dark down here when you step in. you guys have flashlights, I assume. You would at least brought some, so a couple of you at least have flashlights.
Mm-hmm.
Who would have them of you?
I imagine that maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, I would think Thaddeus would have one.
I mean, it'd be
Sure.
pretty affordable for me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, we're going
Bonking.
tomb diving. I would assume that flashlight was on the list of necessary items.
Okay. Well, you can turn on your flashlight if you want to then. Natalia, I'm also moving you over there.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, darkness.
Mhm.
Ooh.
Benjamin was waiting to go in last.
Okay.
Oh, Faddis would find his way in there.
Alright, I'll move both of you over to the heap over there. And if you want to turn, as you turn yourself, your flashlight will turn with you.
Right.
And you see Larkin kind of stooping. This is a low corridor. It's maybe 4 feet high at most. You have to stoop over.
And you see Larkin, and he is just smiling wildly. Isn't this great? Isn't this great?
Mr. Larkin, you realize those are fresh corpses that are back in that pit.
That's insane. Those weren't fresh corpses. They had to be old bones. We are in a tomb here. We are in an ancient pyramid.
Who's being presumptuous now of not being a doctor and making those medical these?
That's not important. What's important is those... We think those people who are on top of the temple before, they are... I don't know, Mr. Larkin. I think you might be seeing what you want to see.
And Larkin's just pushing ahead.
And Natalia follows kind of closely behind Jackson. You're obviously not very comfortable with the darkness.
Yes, and Faddis would be doing the same.
Any of you that are going along with a light and can see, you can attempt an archaeology roll for me.
Hey. No.
Nope.
You guys are so
Look at that.
knowledgeable of
Ain't
archaeology.
my bag.
Ooh, Thaddeus.
Ooh,
Thaddeus
hey.
knows something. Yeah, Thaddeus, you can tell just from these walls. These walls were constructed hundreds of years ago. They're quite old, and made with surprising care, but very primitive people made these tunnels. But clearly they put a lot of... You can tell, even with the age, that that given what tools they must have had available and technology, they took great care to craft, to make these smooth and even.
This is a lot of work, guys. Do you realize how much went into this temple?
And you can see where Larkin is standing. There's some light, dim light coming from above. Like there must be some shaft, open shaft that goes up to the outside. It's it's dark and raining outside, so and you can see a little bit of rain kind of misting down into the tunnel there.
And you can see through the flashlights and the dark hallways, Larkin standing there, letting the mist kind of hit his face just a little bit. He's smiling, and his eyes are closed, and his face is turned up, and he's just waiting for you to catch up to him. Ah, yes. We are here finally. This is what we have been coming here for. This is what we have been searching for. What treasures lie in these ruins, we will find out together.
Yeah. That sounds like yes. Very excited, Mr. Larkin.
So we are 3 hours in. I would ask if people have time to keep going. I'm fine going further, but I don't want to pressure people into going late if it's not going to work for them.
Let's keep going.
3 hours in? Gosh.
Flew by, huh?
Yep, it did.
I'm good to go.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I've got another 9 hours in me.
Let's do this. Let's do this.
All-nighter.
You.
Yeah, you.
Are those
yes,
legit noises that we're
You
hearing?
do hear odd noises echoing through these chambers, these tunnels.
Yeah, Sally's obviously kind of nervous going through.
Thaddeus, your
looking
flashlight
around.
shines on what appear to be bedrolls laid out. On the
Jackson,
floor.
this is on it. They look like a modern
Yeah.
Jackson. Might want to
Yes.
see this. With that Thaddeus will walk towards the bedrolls.
Yeah, you're looking around. Those look like they're not high quality bedrolls, but they are clearly not ancient. And yeah, I agree. And you look about and you see scattered on the floor all around this chamber are what just look to be a jumble of random, best described as just personal items. There's like a little wicker doll. There's a beaded purse. There's a straw hat kind of beat up. There's there's like one shoe lying there. There's all a massive jumble of just discarded personal items.
So nothing popping out, like any picture IDs or anything like that?
No. You see there's a few little sparkly things in here that look like they could be, simple gems or or a gold or brass bracelet or things like that. So there, as your light shines around, it is reflecting off of some like little, mostly cheap valuables, but could be stuff that's worth more.
Benjamin, are you getting this? With your camera?
Oh yeah.
I'm pretty sure his camera stuff was on the mule.
Yeah, yeah.
Well,
Never unpacked it.
Yeah, he wouldn't want it to get all wet in the rain.
Or muddy,
Mhm.
trying to climb around.
All right, let's do a quick bio break. Benjamin asked for a quick bio break. Let's do that. And we'll come back.
This place is creepy.
I turned off my lights so it'd be like spooky.
Yep, I have my lights all down.
Ooh.
Why ain't you guys special?
You should do that. You
You
should
guys
do
have
that.
life.
I've been playing in the dark since the beginning. Jeez.
I'm gonna put like just a little dim desk lamp on this little RPG station I've built here, and have that be the only light I use.
Have it red light. Just
Ooh, that's nice too.
Ooh, spooky. Little ghost reflected on the wall. Too spooky every time you turn it on. Ooh.
Anybody want any valuable stuff?
Thank Mr. Skeletal.
Toot toot. Oh, you broke my tee.
Easy. Easy.
The record's stuck on replay. Somebody go hit it.
All right, I am back.
All it takes is a skeleton. That's all.
So you said there may be more valuable stuff in
Yes.
here?
You'd have to go picking through to find it.
Rich man looking
But,
for...
Rich man picking through lost valuables in ancient
Ooh, a
pyramid.
turquoise ring, probably worth $5.
Look, how do you think the rich get rich? Off the backs of everybody else.
Scientists hate him. See how local rich man found $20 worth of valuables in his tomb.
That's why I have this nifty little thing here.
He can't keep getting away with it.
Now, on the other hand, Benjamin shining his flashlight in that direction, he sees...
Sees death.
Is he gone? Okay, he's
Yes.
not
Yeah.
back yet.
This
Yeah.
kid.
No, he's
Okay. Shining his flashlight in the
Some
other
bragging.
direction as they were looking around in there, and he just kind of did a quick flash over there. He definitely sees the glint of unmistakable gold on the corner of the wall there that he can see.
And Benjamin just reaches his hand behind him while flashlight trained in front, and just reaches for whoever's behind him. And as soon as he feels somebody, just begins to kind of pull them his way,
Mm-hmm.
and he just turns his head ever so slightly, seeing that it's Jackson. Look at this wall.
Gold.
Or something of this sort. It does definitely has a glint to it.
There's no doubt there's treasure, but where'd Mr. Larkin go?
That is a very good question. And what is all of this noise? This noise is that down here.
I
Very,
am
very odd.
very uncomfortable.
Yep.
I recommend that while I don't expect they'll be needed, and kind of hearing, I'm assuming that Thaddeus has cocked the hammer as well.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, hearing that Thaddeus thinks it is sufficient enough, and him being from a similar country that my fellow American, and I will draw guns. I'll go ahead and draw my weapon as well and cock the
Us,
hammer.
us Americans roll.
Okay.
I don't mean to alarm anyone, but
Benjamin will notice this, and so Benjamin will actually pull his gun out as well.
Oh man.
And Natalia kind of looks at the three men with their guns, looks down at her
Brass knuckles.
brass knuckles.
I
Just
believe there is an expression: "Never bring."
never bring what?
Well, I mean, in your case, it looks like you are wearing some type of jewelry, but you never bring a knife to a gunfight.
I do not use guns. I prefer fists.
I have to make a phone call, so I'm gonna pause here. Sorry, we're gonna have to take another quick
Okay.
break.
Oh good. Kind of gun you got there?
I just told you, a backward shooting gun.
The best.
One of those
best
Russian-made
kind.
ones, huh?
Offended.
It's a Polish gun.
Okay, so everybody has gun and or brass knuckles out. It sounds like.
yes,
Okay.
things are not adding up.
All right. Well, yeah. As you kind of looks like Benjamin, you're kind of moving closer. Now you can see that like all along the wall here, this wall, there is a strip of gold inlay in the wall, like all along lengthwise.
Benjamin will approach it and signal for the rest to kind of follow along, and he brushes his hands across it.
It looks.
very
It
interesting.
actually looks exactly like the gold strip inlay that you guys, that now Natalia has.
So Benjamin will quickly pull out his little notebook, and he throws a piece of the paper across there and takes his pencil and just scribbles across the wall with his piece of paper and his pencil to get the
Impression of it.
an obvious
Okay.
impression. And I think he did that with the original one too, didn't he? Maybe.
What are the
But,
rest of you doing while he's doing that? He's whipping stuff out and going up to the wall there.
Whoa.
Natalia will, cause did Larkin go down this way?
You think so?
Yeah, she's gonna kind of let go of Jackson and continue very hesitantly.
Yeah, and
Past,
Jackson, while you're standing there, you
Benjamin.
can see, or yeah, Thaddeus, you can see that the inlay runs along this wall as well. Like it goes around the corner and all along. It's very, very carefully, the same care that was given to the construction of the walls. This has been painstakingly laid into the walls here, and it's almost. I mean, you are surprised at how well preserved it is. Like, it should be in worse shape. It should be, it should be corroded, or parts of it, maybe even falling off. And it's not. It's in what you would consider like perfect shape.
This is very odd.
Which part?
The fact that this gold still looks like it's brand new.
Yeah, it's a little
I've seen-
dust covered, and it's got a little grime on it, but really, it has held up surprisingly well.
Thaddeus is just walking around looking at the wall as he walks.
Thaddeus, be careful we don't get too far away from us down here.
No, I figure I'll just go to the end here and take a peek, see what's down here, and then come back.
I'll wait for you just to make sure. You don't really know what kind of tunnels we've got facing ahead of us.
Exactly. There's a bend here.
Yes, there's more tunnels down here. I will continue as she's seeing Benjamin follow her.
Any sign of Larkin?
No, and she'll call out down the passage. Mr. Larkin?
Your
Mr. Mendoza?
voice kind of echoes a little bit.
But no response. Shivers a little bit at the sounds, the bugs.
Yeah, there are flies just constantly buzzing around down here.
Benjamin will call to Natalia.
Mm-hmm.
Hold up for just a moment.
And
Yes.
as you're going along, you can see again on that same wall, that same gold, unbroken, perfect strip of gold just all along there.
This is like a
Finely crafted.
yellow gold road, so to speak, but inlaid in the wall. Don't know if I like this is leading to.
I don't like this at all, but what else are we to do at this point? We've lost Mr. Larkin, we've lost Mr. Mendoza. All we can really do is continue.
Well, forgive me for speaking out of turn, but I think that Larkin was beginning to act very, very strangely and almost more like Mendoza.
I do have to slightly agree with that.
Sort of.
As you
more-
come
more
around the
drift.
corner, you're startled. You may even give out a little gasp or cry. You're almost face to face with Mendoza, standing at the corner there, and he's just kind of standing, and he just looks at you as you come around the corner,
Yeah, she'll be like, ah!
and he nods his head, and then turns and walks back down. He has no light source, by the way. And nor does Larkin, and you can see Larkin down there.
Ah, Mr. Larkin, Mr. Mendoza, we are glad we caught up. It is, seeing these, bedrolls earlier threw us off a little bit.
And Larkin, he's just bedrolls. I don't know what you're talking about, bedrolls. But I promised you treasure, and this treasure you will have is treasure. Did you see the gold? Did you see the inlaid on the walls? It is so much treasure for you to take. You, and he has his hands in fists, and they're up near his face now as he's talking. You need to start removing all of it. Take it out. Take it all out. Bring this treasure to the surface. It will make your futures everything you ever desired and you ever wanted. Start taking this treasure out of here now.
Maybe, Mr. Larkin, we should see where it leads. Maybe there is a bigger pile of treasure where this is going. Yes?
Or might I suggest that we wait until it's raining before we start taking all of these precious metals and things that could potentially be washed away? Or
I said take the gold out now.
Mendoza has walked over, and he's standing. There's this pool of liquid that he's standing in that's kind of maybe 2 or 3 inches deep. And he just kind of looks down at it and then looks up at you. And he kind of points to the gold strip along the wall there.
And is there anything missing? The gold strip, or is it so continuous?
Actually, since you're looking for it, like right above where he is on the wall there is about a couple foot strip of gold missing. And you see there's like a crack in the wall where the strip was.
Yeah, she's gonna.
And now that you're
over
looking now, yeah, and you can see that there is a trail of wetness coming down from where that hole is and dripping into the pool down below.
Yeah, he's gonna walk over and take the a piece out of her pocket. And she has. She'll look at Mendoza. Just wait for him to move.
No, hang on a second. Why would Larkin want us to take all the gold? And then Mendoza want us to put that in the wall?
I don't know. Chicken looks down at the gold.
Is she holding the other strip?
Yep.
Yeah, he points to the gold in your hand and says in Spanish something. You can hear what it is, Elias, but you guys don't understand. And then he points to the wall.
He's telling us to take the rest.
Take the rest?
Why doesn't Mendoza touch any of this gold? He wouldn't even touch the strips that Natalia is carrying.
Do you mean take the rest?
And Larkin at this point is becoming furious. He hears you. He heard what Mendoza said. He hears you commenting on what does he mean, take the rest. And Larkin becomes angry and says, "You know exactly what he means, take the rest. Take the gold. Take the gold off the walls. Strip it off the walls. Take it to the surface." And he's just kind of yelling for you to start stripping the gold off the walls.
Natalia kind of pauses. She doesn't really know exactly what to do. Kind of waiting for input from the others. Kind of looks back at them.
Well, maybe there's the missing piece. Maybe.
Why not hand it to Mendoza?
He won't do it. And she looks at Mr. Larkin. Oh, one moment. Let's try this first. And she'll take the strip and push it into...
Larkin pulls his gun out and points it at Natalia before she can do that.
Make a, Natalia, make a spot hidden check for me, please. No.
Nope.
As you're about to press it in, Mendoza reaches out and puts one arm around your neck and kind of pulls you back from the wall, and with his other hand, his knife comes up to your throat.
Yeah, and Natalia will drop, like, kind of in surprise, both from the gun being pointed at her and neck at her, or knife at her neck. She'll just drop the piece of gold on the floor.
And Mendoza, yeah, he has, I mean, you're strong, but he's got his very strong arm around your throat, and the knife, like, pointed right into your throat, and he's like, he then turns and puts you between the others in an obvious threatening gesture.
No, Mr. Mendoza.
Larkin is pointing the gun at you, Benjamin, since you're on the front there. Mr. Benjamin, I am so sorry about this. You are a gentleman, but you need to start pulling this gold out now.
How do you anticipate I start pulling this gold?
With your hands, sir!
Do you think that it would come out so easily? Listen to yourself.
And Larkin fires a shot in the air.
Does it ricochet?
I said, start pulling the gold out now.
So Benjamin's kind of hunched down a little bit with his hands up by his head because Larkin's firing. He just looks at him.
Yeah, and it's loud, and there's a loud echo, and everyone kind of, everyone except Mendoza kind of instinctively covers their ears for a moment. He seems unfazed.
Thaddeus hearing the gunshot. Startled is gonna actually barrel towards Jesse, trying to get on the other side of that wall.
He's trying to run away.
This is why I brought my gun.
To run.
Oh my god.
Here, take my coins, but leave me alone.
Jesse, don't go around that corner. As he plows into him.
Herr Larkin, surely you must understand that this is madness. You want me to just pull the gold out of the wall, but I have no tools. You want me to do with my hands. But...
Larkin pulls the trigger back, pointing right at Benjamin.
Benjamin, back up. And Jesse comes around the corner, gun up, and isn't pulling any trigger yet. Just all right. So
Benjamin
much for exploring and cataloging everything, I suppose, Mr. Larkin.
You need to pull the gold out. You need to pull the gold out now.
You pull the gold out. Faint voices around the corner.
I think you should let Nat go so she can help us go ahead and pull the gold out. And I'm seeing what's happening. It's like, Mr. Larkin, behind you.
There is a stumbling figure that comes up behind Larkin and regards him for a moment.
Benjamin will draw his pistol up at this point and just train it in that
Mendoza
direction.
actually, he kind of looks over, and this figure starts hurriedly moving down the passage and brushing past Mendoza and Natalia. Natalia, make an intelligence check for me, please.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Ooh, oh my. As he comes into more of the flashlight light, you recognize him as Professor Sanchez. But he is not well. He has a crazed look on his face. And as he is rushing by, you can see him opening his mouth wide, and he's letting out a sound, and you can hear a sound coming from somewhere as his mouth opens. It's not from him. And you guys see this too. And he rushes right past you, and he seems to be running down the corridor at you, Benjamin.
Put yourself back. Put yourself back.
Benjamin rushes back. Okay, so then at Jesse, and Larkin just suddenly, like he was barely aware of what's going on, but he sees him rushing past, and Mendoza now is suddenly aware that he's rushing by.
Scheisse! If I see that, I'm immediately. I mean, I didn't see who this was, so I see something charging at me. I'm immediately pulling the trigger.
Okay. You may do so, sir. He's running at a straight line. Woo. Very nice. That is a solid hit. You hit him right in the chest. And it slows him for a moment. And you hear Larkin yell out, "Stop! We need them alive!" And he keeps on, like he paused for only a moment. And Natalia, you sense Mendoza. The knife comes away from your throat for a minute, and his hold on you relaxes, and it's like you can kind of, from the body language, tell that he's debating just kind of rushing over. Are you there, Doc, by the way? I think we lost Doc.
Uh-oh.
Doctor.
Yeah,
Give me the
Doc.
new...
Okay. So, that's okay.
No.
So, yeah, look, that's Larkin yells that out as Sanchez runs by.
Okay. So, as he relaxes, she's actually going to try and kind of escape his grasp.
Okay. That's an unarmed maneuver.
Alright. Do I have unarmed?
Yeah.
Oh, it is. Aha.
Oh my. Yes, you not only get away, but you can very quickly do something else if you want to. Like, the moment you felt him relax and the knife come away from your throat, like, you were ready, strangely, and you just kind of slip right out from his grasp before he realized it, and you kind of time it where he was about to maybe let go of you, or it actually seemed like maybe he was going to push you out and then move. But you very deftly kind of duck down before he can even do anything. And what do you want to do?
Right in the leg. Yeah, Natalia's actually going to. Is the professor still going towards Jesse?
He got shot. You heard the shot and saw him, but it slowed him down like barely at all. He paused just momentarily and then staggered for just a second and then kind of continued to run in the direction. So he is still running towards Elias.
Yeah, she's gonna debate punching Mendoza in the face real quick before kind of turning around and going after the professor.
Okay.
I don't know if I have time to punch him.
You can, yes.
So, kind of coming from behind, she's gonna attempt to kind of deck him in the back of the head.
Okay.
Try and knock him
All right.
out. But
he
of course,
is not at all aware that you're coming up behind him. The gunshot was just enough to slow him long enough for you to catch him real quick because you timed your escape very, very well. So go ahead.
Alright.
Oh yeah. That you hit him in the back of the head, and he goes tumbling down to the ground. Like stumbles and hits the ground hard.
And she'll kind of stand over him, breathing heavily.
Jesse, what do you? Yeah,
looking
Jesse,
back.
what do you do while that's happening? You were probably getting ready to take another shot, and then.
I mean, Larkin's still pointing a gun at us, isn't he?
But he seems highly agitated now. I mean, you don't have much time to even think, so you're gonna have to decide what you're gonna do real quick.
Yeah, if he's still pointing a gun at us and Nat's free to say, Nat, run! And I mean, this is going crazy now, and we're getting shot at, threatened. I'm probably gonna shoot at Larkin.
Okay.
To be honest.
Oh,
It's a duck.
does this turn into initiative now?
I'm still. I mean, Larkin has not pulled the trigger in all of this. So
Yeah, that's true.
if Jesse wants to take a shot at him, I think that's fair for him to go first. Oh my. Nice. Yep. Your shot hits him dead in the chest. And Larkin kind of looks down confused, and his revolver goes off, but the bullet goes down the hall, but it does not hit you, any of you.
And he's just confused and looking at the wound at his chest as he's down the hall on his knees right there.
What are you doing, the rest of you, while this is happening? I
Benjamin.
mean, you're barely aware of even what's going on around that corner. You just know there are shots and and Ghost yelling at Nat to
Benjamin.
run.
Thaddeus is making a cocktail.
Yeah.
Benjamin, having heard the shot and seeing Jesse here shooting, he peeks his head around the corner with his pistol drawn around, and then sees Natalia, and he brings his pistol back in and tips back around the corner.
Okay.
He doesn't want to hit her.
No, I don't say because one of the reasons Fatus ran off is because that's a small corridor for too many people to be
Yeah,
here.
it's gonna be very tight for Nat to get by. But she can slip by Jesse if she wants.
Yeah, if I have time before.
Yeah, Mendoza does
reacts.
react, and he is chasing you as you run. So let's try a. What do you think, Doc? For running, probably
Athletics.
That's not a skill.
Athletics? No.
I know Dex is like. for
Yeah, I
running
would
and
say
stuff.
probably
I thought-
dexterity. We'll
Okay.
God,
do an
what about like credit
opposed-
rating?
Yeah, credit rating, exactly. That's what. So we'll both try a dexterity roll here. I'll do Mendoza and you do yourself, and we'll see.
Like,
Ooh.
Are you kidding me?
Oh dear. Yeah, you were a little busy. So he gets after you clock Sanchez and kind of catch your breath real quick. Mendoza is jumping on you. Let's see. That's going to be. Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, no.
He jumps on top of you, and you kind of roll over on your back as he's struggling on top of you. And you can see his mouth is opening very quickly, and to your horror, you see an extra row of, like a circular row of teeth that he never had before emerge from behind his normal teeth and start to extend out of his mouth as he's pinning you down. And Jesse, of course, you see this after shooting Larkin.
so does he maul into her, or is
I mean,
just
he's knocked her
Yeah.
down. So I'll say you take half of that 5. We'll call it 2, just from being knocked down and hitting the ground. So you're momentarily just kind of pinned and stunned. But you can see this and do a sanity check for me. Okay. It's a 1 sanity loss if you succeed.
Mhm.
It's still pretty horrifying.
Larkin is at the end of the hall. Saying, Mendoza, no. We need them. We need them. And he's kind of starting to slump over even more, his shirt covered in blood.
Benjamin just nudges Jesse. Shoot him.
I say, old chap. Yeah.
I mean, so Jesse's moving over, so the rest of the people with guns can.
Yeah, there's
use
not a
them.
lot
I
of
didn't wanna
time,
hit anybody.
Jesse.
Damn you, Mendoza!
Yeah, as you start to move, and Mendoza's already got her down, and in a terrifyingly fast flash, you see kind of from a bad angle the teeth starting to come out of his mouth towards her.
Yeah, she's screaming at this point.
Oh, it's leveling the gun and trying to shoot him again. I mean, what the hell?
Okay, go ahead. Are you taking it? Yeah. That's a hit. It's you're trying to be a little careful not to hit her. So you hit him, but it doesn't seem to slow him down.
And
yeah, go ahead.
With that shot and him telling Mendoza, no, we need them, with kind of one of his last breaths and tears in his eyes, Larkin fires at Mendoza.
He hits him. Or no, he does not. He doesn't. He misses. Yeah, he can't even see straight at this point. He shoots in the general direction. Natalia, you can struggle to keep his teeth away from you. Like your hands are on his shoulders instinctively as he's kind of pinning you down, and the teeth are like inching towards your throat.
Yeah, she's like trying to push his jaw, trying to keep him away. Just trying to stave him off until the others can kind of shoot him off.
You can make a strength check. Ooh, okay. Yeah, you're holding it just far enough away, like it's getting dangerously close, and you can feel the foul breath of just rot, and it's like fluid is dripping on your face from it.
Yeah, she like keeps a hold of his jaw, just like pushing back as hard as she can, and she kind of looks over to Jesse and Benjamin. Get him off, please!
Alright.
Jackson's gonna run up, and I'm just gonna try to put my gun like right next to his head if I can, and just then pull the trigger. I mean, he's trying to get her.
Yep. Okay. Just don't fail.
Yeah.
That's a fail.
Easy.
Because they are moving. They're struggling. They're moving around a little bit, so there is a danger. Actually, good. You hit. Again, it's a graze, but you hit him in the head. And that's enough to his head kind of gets thrown back. And he looks up at you, and you see horrible malice in his eyes directed at you, Jesse. And with a violent, let's see. Yeah. With violence, he smashes Natalia's head down into the floor, like he just jerks your head up a little and smashes it down, stunning you and then he just like leaps up at Jesse.
Benjamin will train his gun on the professor there.
The professor is down on the ground.
Oh,
she knocked him. She knocked him down.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, you see Mendoza leaping at Jesse after Jesse just shot him in the head.
Uh-huh. Okay. Yeah, and guess I'm gonna shoot at
Okay.
him.
Again, don't miss or you will probably hit Jesse.
Probably gonna hit you, Jesse. I'll apologize.
No.
At least you're being honest.
Oh
no, you're not.
My goodness. Yeah, he is coming at you, and his teeth are like extending out towards you, Jesse. And suddenly Mendoza's head just kind of explodes like a melon.
As Benjamin does that, he's taken aback, and he looks at the gun, and he looks at it up, and he looks at the gun, and he looks up again, and he just looks to Jesse, just nods real quick, like, yeah, I got your back, but his eyes are completely wide. Like, how did I just do that?
And Mendoza's headless, well, mostly headless body just tumbles forward.
Are you all right, Italy?
Talia will.
Yeah, the back of
Get
your
up.
head is killing you. You did take another 2 damage from that smash in the head. But
Yeah, but then
yeah, she
she's
kind
gonna
of sinks
stumble up
stars a little bit.
yeah, she'll kind of put her hand to the back of her head and just pull it away. There's probably some blood there, and she'll look over at Larkin, down at Mendoza, over at the professor. She'll actually give Jackson a hug. What the fuck was that?
I have seen a lot of things in my time, and I've never seen anything like this. This is absolutely... I don't even know how to explain this.
Oh. And she'll look back at Larkin again. They're all dead. What do we do?
There must be more in here.
More? More what? The Henman, she'll point at the professor. Do you recognize him?
Oh.
He's from the university.
Is he?
The-
Yes, this is the man who got kissed.
Yeah. Professor Sanchez. But it's not him exactly. It looks like She kind of pulls back from Jackson and shakes her head.
And
Do
Benjamin kind of looks around, realizing that all this noise is still going on around us. Yes, most certainly. There must be more down here someplace. I mean, those bodies back at the entrance, those were still moving as well. Even though they weren't entirely, how do you say, responsive? But surely with all this noise, there's something else down here. I don't know if it's entirely safe for us to be even this far in.
That's
I
how I
have to
kind of.
know what this is all about. I mean, 3 people just died. I don't know what the
Yes.
hell that was that Mendoza was doing.
4 more people could die here very shortly.
I don't know if I have to roll to recall this, but the confession.
Mm-hmm. No, you don't have to.
Yes. Okay, cool. So she's gonna kind of remember. Who is the documents, the confession papers? Do you remember? From when we were at the university.
I have them. What about it?
Pull it out. Pull it out.
They're bringing out.
So she'll like kind of go through it and everything. So you're right. I feel like this, and she'll poke at the note itself very aggressively. This is what happened here. Based on whatever the hell we saw, I think there's something in here that is true. The sickness with Mendoza, I think he's what is referred to in this note. Do you know what I mean? Like, they tried to... That's why they were so adamant about prying the gold out of the walls. They wanted to do this again, And then she kind of reads down and everything. This thickness that they went and they look gaunt and death-like. And she points back to the deceased, Larkin. Like him, like how he looked the other day.
This would seem to indicate that they may have been in cahoots.
I think so.
When you shine your
I don't know.
flashlight over at Larkin to kind of gesture at him when you're talking, you see that the way he has fallen, he has kind of slumped against the wall, and his shirt has come undone a lot down the front, and you see there's some kind of dark shape on his chest.
Natalia's gonna pause or rant and move over with Jesse to get a further look at it.
It's a strange tattoo in black ink. It looks a little bit like a scorpion. It's kind of a little hard to tell. And you're examining it, and Larkin's eyes suddenly flash open and startles you, and there are like red burning coals practically in place of his eyes, and his mouth starts moving. Larkin's eyes suddenly spring open. In place of his pupils, a dim purple pin of glowing light appears. The already stiffening muscles around his mouth begin to move awkwardly, and a voice that is not his own begins to speak. The words seem to fill the air with an unearthly chill.
What is it you suppose you have done by dispatching this poor excuse of a servant? He was hardly worthy of your name. Weak, dissolute, afraid of his own reflection. His passing is but a minor inconvenience. I have dealt with humanity's pathetic interferences for millennia, and the end will still be the same. The hour now draws nigh, when the insignificance of your kind shall be revealed in a firestorm of destruction, ushered in by its own, and with my child as its herald. Enjoy your final days in this doomed world, for your end is foreseen and cannot be undone.
With that, Larkin's mouth gives a final twitch. The light in his eyes fade to nothing, and his vacant stare becomes that of any other dead man. But you will not soon forget what you have seen and heard.
Yeah, Natalia's gonna back up a bit and lean against the wall, looking at Larkin. And then look at the others. Kind of in shock and horror.
Yeah, everyone needs to make a sanity check.
Even Benjamin, who stayed back here.
You still heard it.
You heard that.
Oh, you heard it.
No, I played.
La la la.
Yes.
I'm the only one who failed.
Natalia. Yes, Natalia, that,
Lose 12.
oh, you lose 5.
Oh god.
That means that is temporary insanity. Which means
good.
this affects you, and I think it's partly also the accumulation of everything that has happened so far. and what you've seen with Mendoza and all of it, like that's just too much for you right now. So you decide how you react, but you are not yourself right now. That freaked you out far too much.
Yeah, so Natalia's just against the wall, like just leaning, looking at Larkin's dead body, and she just kind of slowly sinks to the ground. She covers her face, and there's just muffled, just screaming and crying for her whole body's just shaking, seeing kind of all this death and stuff she doesn't understand. It's just too much. She can't really process it, so she's kind of breaking down. Basically going hysterical at this point.
Others? How are you responding to this?
Jackson will put his gun away, and he's trying to search every corner of his mind to find a rational, plausible thing for why all this just happened, and he can't right now. There's nothing that makes sense, and he's gonna see Nat, human instinct will kick in. Come on, Natalia, look back at the others. We need to leave. We need to get out of this place.
I still think we should put the gold back in where it belongs. It's cursed.
I mean, then do it, but we should leave. None of this makes sense. None of this makes sense. I'm gonna try to make it make sense, but we gotta get Natalia out of here.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah, she's just
Benjamin.
incoherent and insensible. Like you pick her up to kind of have her start moving, and she sort of weakly walks along with you, but she doesn't appear to know what's going on at all anymore. Like her whole demeanor is just like she has withdrawn into herself somewhere.
Yeah, she's just babbling kind of incoherently, just crying.
It's okay. Come on. You'll be fine. Come on. Let's start leading her out.
Yeah, Benjamin will work his way out in front of them with his pistol still drawn, just to make sure that the way is clear in case any more of these freak things are hanging
Okay.
around.
Thaddeus will pick up the gold strip and actually put it back into the wall.
Okay. You can use your pistol at least to try to kind of hammer it back into place, more or less, covering that hole. And as you're doing it, you see through the hole a little bit with your light, because you're holding the light up, and you can see through that little hole, you kind of see this mass of bubbling, greenish, slimy stuff, and it's moving in there. And close at hand, you see writhing in it are maggots everywhere. You weren't sure what it was at first, but it becomes clear. They're like little maggots. It's just squirming all through this bubbly mess in there.
Oh yeah, and I would just hasten my work of trying to get it in there to plug that hole out.
Okay. Yep. You eventually get it covered, but your hands are give me a sanity check here while you're doing that, please. Okay, yeah, your hands are shaking, but you manage to start getting it closed, and you hear a sound in there as you're working.
Oh no. Thaddeus will kind of look around to see if anybody else is hearing it, if they're there even.
I mean, I haven't been moving the token just because I figured we were just
Yeah,
leaving.
right.
You let me go ahead
That's
and do
that's
it, so I don't
fine.
think- I
Yeah,
think
you don't
it's
have
just
to.
you.
Yeah, it's just you. You're
it's
you're
fun.
there. You see it, and you succeed at your sanity check, but you are going to.
Die.
No, you're not. But you do. You get a glimpse of it, and that's going to be 2 sanity loss as you seal it over, and you gradually cut it off.
And then once it's up in there, Thaddeus is gonna turn and run like the Dickens towards everybody else.
Okay, you do. You all get out the way you came, and it's a little bit confusing, and when you look back, you forget a lot of what happened afterwards, but you find your way out of the pit, past the 2 still sleeping bodies, and I assume you are leaving.
With
Is that
post
yeah?
haste, not
Yep.
waiting for a
Yes.
single thing.
Okay. Yes, you guys, again, to make a long story short, you leave, and eventually find your way back to civilization. But Natalia, you have been what you saw and heard has haunted you. Yes, you get the mules and the other stuff. And for a long time after, you are plagued with bad dreams about your daughter being in danger.
Oh no. Oh, good.
But you eventually make your way back to the U.S. And that's it. That is Peru. We will discuss what happens after that offline, and we'll prepare for the next chapter. The next chapter will be some years later, so we will we'll decide kind of what transpires in the intervening 4 years between this and your lives after. And we'll pick up back in New York 4 years from now.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah,
Now I
well,
hate Peru. Never going to Peru.
Oh my goodness, no.
Did Thaddeus get a glimpse?
He did.
He did.
He got a
Yes.
glimpse
Oh,
as it
no.
was inching its way closer to the hole as he was madly hammering away, trying to get that strip of gold to stay in and not fall out.
I can picture him too hitting it. Stay, you stay.
I think Thaddeus is the only one that got a glimpse.
He is.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah, I was looking back the other way to make sure that nothing was coming from behind.
Yeah.
So we
You
could
guys
still
don't
get out.
even know that he saw that unless he tells you about it, and I have a feeling he probably won't tell you about it. It's
Tricks of my eyes.
So Thaddeus, what did you see back there? You must tell me.
you don't even know he saw something. You just know that you were all so shaken by the whole thing that you I would imagine you talked very little on the way back to the lake.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't believe you shot Larkin.
Dude, no hesitation.
I
No
was going to.
hesitation. Zero hesitation because I saw it became a Mexican standoff, and who shoots first wins in that case. And I saw they were threatening somebody who had nothing to do with it. No, man.
So wait, is that another Doc character biting the dust?
Does that count?
Technically, yes, it half counts as a Doc NPC.